Hello, everyone, if somebody's here. Okay. Trying to, I don't know. I'm trying to check, wait here for a minute until people get here, and trying to, here we go, get the angle just right. I'm gonna wait till I at least see one person on my live. Oh, I see two. Great, great, great. Okay. Let me, I'm trying to pull it up on my tablet. That way I can see comments as well. So give me just a quick second. Live. There I am. Okay. No views. That's old. That's an old live. Okay. All right. So we are going tonight. So the Ellana I just featured. Hello, Nancy. Hi, Jacqueline, and Kathy. Great. I'm glad you guys were able to join me tonight. We are going to sew this adorable little Ellana bag. This is Petal Sewing Patterns' newest pattern. She just released it on Monday. She reached out to me to do a tutorial on it. And of course, I said yes because I love her patterns. And I sat down and sewed this on Sunday afternoon. Literally, no lie. I got home from church. I printed the pattern was printed, but I cut out the pieces when I got home, and I had this sewn without editing. It was less than 3 hours, honestly. And I thought it was just, and it's an adorable bag, and it's got a cute front to it. And so I thought, you know, let's do a live on it. I haven't done a live in a while. I've been wanting to do another one. And this is a great bag to do it all in one. It is, let me give you the measurements in case you haven't seen that yet. It is 6 1/4 inches high, 13 1/2 inches wide, and then 4 inches deep. But see, there is no gusset. And what it is, she's got the little darts, which gives it that depth. And it is very, very roomy on the inside. Let me get my little tail out. I like to keep a little extra on the zipper. I like little longer tails on the zipper. But look at that roomy bag. And then just has a slip pocket. I mean, it's really, really simple. I mean, seriously, you got what, 2, 4, 6 exterior pieces besides your handle, which will do the handle also, and then your lining. I mean, really, it is so quick. I wanted to do the cut it out real quick and show you how fast. I mean, cutting and sewing, how fast. Now this one I had mentioned in the tutorial, this handle, this is used with a, hello, Emmanuel. This handle is used with a smaller webbing, cording I should say. And I got some 1/4 inch that she suggests, some 1/4 inch that she suggests in the pattern, so we can do a full rounded handle, because I really wanted to see that look. I mean, I really like this, and I wound it tight enough to where there's should be no gaps in it. But anyways, and then on this one I used, hello Evelyn, and I actually, because I had smaller cording, I used tassel caps. And this cute little chain, it kind of looks like chain extenders, but since I'm using the full 1/4 inch cording, I have my, oops, that's not the one I'm looking for. I have my, the big ones, the big guys, and this is, I got these off of Amazon. So we're gonna use those. And let's see. The only, let me go ahead and do hardware. Let me get my goofy little jacket off here. Guys, I freeze all day long. I work from home and I sit at a desk for 9 hours and I absolutely freeze. I can't, the older I've gotten, I mean, I've never been like a sweaty person. I mean, TMI, I know. Hello, Ellana. Oh, and Ellana is here. She is the pattern designer. I'm so glad you were able to make it. I really appreciate it and this opportunity to do your bag. Evelyn, what I got off of Amazon was the little hook, these little hook things. These little guys to put on the chains. And this is, it's just says, I can't even read that. Bracelets, bag strap. That's what I got. And now I hope it's not. But anyways, so this is what I got. And then it came, and then this came with, it's got the 2 little screws to attach it, or it's not little screws. These are some long guys. So that's what I got off of Amazon. I can't do that, Evelyn, but I have to do it at the end of the tutorial, at the end of the live, if that's okay. Because I don't have anybody to do admin stuff for me. It's just me all alone in my basement. So I will link it though at the end, and I hope that's okay for you. Let's see. I'm gonna set this aside. And I've got my cute little candy bags behind me. I just love that little bag. I've made 3 of them. The big one, and then 2 little ones. So anyways, and I hope you don't mind. I try to hide my mess a lot in my videos. I know it's in there sometimes, but anyways, and I'm gonna do an angle change. I will have to move my phone when I go sit down to sew, because this is where I cut, and I don't have but just the one, it's just my phone is all what I record on. So I will pick up the phone and move it. So y'all, I'll give you a heads up so y'all can close your eyes and you don't get motion sickness. Okay, so again, it's the Ellana. I did link the pattern before I started. Hopefully it's in the description, and it shows up in the description. I did link the pattern. And also there's a 20% discount off of all if you use the code Ellana. And this is only good till Sunday the 3rd. But if you use the code, it's 20% off all her patterns right now. And which, I mean, is a great deal because she's got great bags. The Ray, that red one behind me, that's the Ray. I messed up the bag, but that's because of the machine. That bag is what made me purchase an industrial, because the vinyl was really soft and it started tearing the vinyl, but we won't go there. The link won't open up. Okay. All right, so now I do know Jesus died for my sins, but we need to not have, let me see if I can edit this out. Remove, there we go. Okay. I mean, I appreciate that, but we're not here for that right now. Okay, so I got distracted. Sorry, guys. Doesn't take much for me to get distracted. That's why I cut out 5 patterns at a time. Okay, so let's get this cut out. Again, I'm trying to show the quickness, and me just rambling is not going. Evelyn, okay. And the link won't open up for my pattern. Okay, I'm trying to bring my live up. This is only my well, not really this is my 2nd pattern I've done live. So let me try to see if I can pull up the live on my tablet. Live. No. Okay. I was trying to pull it up on my, okay, thank you, Evelyn. What I'll try to do though, in the end, when I get done, after the live, I will go back and into the description. Hello, Paula. Into the description and double check everything, because I actually I I typed out everything. I just read off there rather than copying and pasting the pattern in the description because I did it from my phone. So anyway, all right, so let's get started. Now, the materials that I'm using tonight, I have some scraps, which is just enough to do like a little accent on the top here, right here. This is Lauren Mormino's, and I will also put in the description after all of this stuff that I used. I honestly just picked out my fabrics at my lunchtime today. I had other picked out, and I changed it. I've changed it 3 times. Honestly, I think it takes longer to pick out what you want than to actually cut the bag. But anyways, this is just enough to do a little accent of it. And I watched Heather Mayhem's tutorial, and I really liked the two different pieces that she made the strap. She did alternated the strap, not the strap, but the handle with her little accent top and the main body of the bag. I really like that. So I have enough of this to do that. Again, this is Lauren Mormino's. I think she calls it's her teacup roses, but I can't remember exactly probably black teacup. I'm not sure, but I know it's teacup roses, and it's right there on her website. It's real easy to find on her website under her printed vinyls. So that's what I'm going to use for that little top piece. And then I'm using Tulip Bee's Obsidian for the main body of the bag. This is her signature smooth Obsidian. Love Tulip Bee stuff. This is a thinner vinyl, but this is a little thicker, just a little bit. Still domestic friendly. Lining, I'm going to use this real pretty lilac from Tulip Bee. I think that's a real pretty lining, especially with the black. Again, I've got the 1/4 inch cording, so I can have the handle, the rounded look of the handle, I should say a more rounded look of the handle. Got my little zipper. I'm just using a white zipper because I didn't have black and silver teeth. And then just your basic hardware for your crossbody, 2 swivel hooks, 3/4 inch swivel hooks, slider, zipper pull. Just need 1 zipper pull since this main is a zipper. And then if you want to use a name tag, you got your name tag. All right, let's get going. Let me put my little bag here, my little crate off to the side. I'm going to cut this first. I'm going to turn the camera down and cut. Let me get my pattern moved off to the side. I usually don't print my patterns out, but for this, I wanted to print it out to make it easier to do this. There's not a ton of pieces, so it makes it real quick to cut. I did print my, it's a 1/4 inch Evelyn, and I got this off of Amazon as well. Cotton piping cord. It says number 2 1/4 inch. This is 9 yards. They had another supplier had some bigger, had a lot more, but I like Susan from Size Swag. I ordered that 532 off of Waywack, and I have this ginormous roll, so I didn't want to get stuck with a ton of cording. Okay, let's see. And then, so we're going to cut this first, and let me pull my camera down. No problem. All right, let me put this down so you can see. Hopefully I'm going to turn, and I apologize for any camera movement. Let's see if that works. Okay, all right. So I'm going to cut the strap part first, since that's the longest piece, and I don't want to lose my thing. Let me just make sure. Let me get this piece out. All right, so, the pieces, really not very many pieces. You've got your upper front piece, a pocket trim, handle, strap connector. You've got you're gonna need 2 of these mirrored of the left and the right front. You need a left and a right back. And then your lining piece, 2 of those, and then a slip pocket. That's it. That's great. Okay. Let me get these pieces out of the way here. So I think this is where I was figuring this to go, so I can use, so I'm just trying to make sure I have, yeah, that'll work. Okay, so I'm gonna cut from this end. So I'm just going to get my strap cut. I'm just trying to get it organized to where I can get my big ruler here. Ugh, forgot to get this. Okay, I'm just trying to keep an eye on comments as well. So if you can be patient with me. Let me think here. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out how to cut this without wasting so much of it. Oh yeah, I can plenty. I got plenty if I cut from this way. All right. Just got to get myself situated, guys. But anyways, yeah, so I can say I just thought this was something fun to make. I do have her, I do have Ivana's Isabella cut. It's actually all cut, fused, ready to be sewn. And I thought about doing a live on that, but then this was released, and this is going to be so much quicker to sew. So I just decided to go ahead and do this one, and then we can do the Isabella another day. Like I say, it's cut, it's ready to go. It's actually, I've had it for, I've had it cut for a little bit. All right, so let me get the width, how wide to go on this. I'm just kind of eyeballing to make sure I know. I know this is going to be more than I need, but I know I'll be okay. Kind of cutting this real funny, but there we go. Doing unconventional. I'm just gonna, because by the time I get done with this piece, this piece of vinyl, it's just gonna be for little odds and ends. Jacqueline, Toni, where did you get your 3/4 inch sliders? Let me think. Where I got these, I had to think. I think I might have got these from Kasaya on Saya Swag Bags. Yeah, Jacqueline, I think you watch her too. But I'm pretty sure I got these from Kasaya. I know she has some wider sliders. And I'm pretty sure that's where I got these from. The only other place that I usually order sliders from, which is very rare, is Wawac. But I don't know if I got wider sliders from them. But I'm pretty sure the ones that I'm using tonight came from Kasaya. The problem sometimes is when, especially with hardware, if you order from several different places, which I know a lot of people don't like to do, if you order from several different places, you forget sometimes where you order the stuff from. And it's always hard to remember where some of that stuff comes from. Okay, so let me get my length on my strap here. I did cut it a little longer than I needed, but that's because I had such a goofy piece. So I'm just lining up right now to get my strap, one of my straps done. But my table has a dip in it, and I tell you what, it makes hard to line up sometimes. There we go. All right. Okay, so that's that. So there's one of my handles right there. And like I said, I'm doing I guess you could call it a two-tone handle. I don't know. I mean, you could call it two-tone. You can call it, I don't know, the twisty thing. Like I said, I really liked Heather's bag. I thought that was really pretty. The print she had was real pretty. Okay. So give me a second. So now we're cutting the upper front, and I'm just gonna see, I don't want to squeeze it in there, so I'm gonna cut over here. I could cut in that little spot there, but I'm worried that it's gonna be too, because there's a slit in that a little bit. All right, I get my clippies here. And then let's see here. Whoops, I need to scooch it over. Okay. I think I started to say, I don't remember if I finished that thought, my stabilizer, our interfacing, I ended up cutting out, or not cutting, printing the pattern pieces, only the ones that required stabilizer was just a few pieces. I printed those twice because when I did this, the first one, I just, cause like I say, I just printed it in one afternoon and did the whole thing. I ended up wasting my Decoville, some of it, and right now with the way the Decoville is hard, it's still kind of hard to get. A lot of people have got it back in stock, but it sold out so fast because a lot of people were running out, had been out of it for a while. Lilac, I just ordered some more, and all they have left is their big, huge, ginormous rolls, or the smaller, the 17 by 10 yards, I think. It's the $50 number. That's all they had left in their Decoville Light. So I try not to waste it, besides the fact that it costs a lot too. So you know, I look at my roller. I usually mark, I try to mark on the back of my pieces, just mark the seam allowance. So when I place my interfacing on, I have like a placement, and I usually, of course, since there's curves here, I'm just putting it like, I'm just kind of doing it like right here and right here, just so when I do my interfacing, I know where to place it. I actually learned that from other patterns that I've cut. I've seen that done by other people. Okay, so we've used up this piece. Get all my little scrap pieces out of the way here. I'm gonna put these in here real quick so I don't lose them and get them confused. I don't really have a place to just throw these right now. We'll just stick it back here. Okay, so let's move on to the black. This is such a pretty black. It's really nice. All right, let me see where I've got it. If I've got it taped, no, there we go. Again, that was Teacup Roses, Lauren Mormino. It's Mormino, MOREMEKNOW.com for the Teacup Roses, and this is Tulip B, and that's TULIPBEE.com for her signature smooth Obsidian. It's real pretty. I want to get some of her faux real black, but I've still got a whole other roll of this left, so I'm trying to be smart. That's funny. And getting stuff. I'm cutting my other strap first so I can get that out of the way. But anyways, yeah, so I'm trying to hold off getting that until I use up the other roll too. So I really love her faux real. Timeless Tones and the faux real are my two most favorite vinyls that she sells. I love them. I know, me too. I mean, she knows I love them because I spend an awful lot. I spend a lot of money, too much money. Not for her, I mean, too much money for me. Gotta work overtime to pay for all my pay for my habit. I don't work the overtime that I used to work. I think I'm gonna have to start, I don't know, I either give up my overtime or give up my sewing, and that's a hard decision. The previous position I had, I worked so much. It's the same kind of sort of area, but it's like a different position. It was off. It was, I want to say awful. It's just the way I worked. It was bad, just bad. But I made money, you know. All right. Oh, I forgot. These don't need interfacing. The pieces for the straps, but I'm going to go ahead and draw my lines. So she gives you measurements in the pattern to draw some lines on each long edge of these straps, and that's where we're going to make some folds. So I'm going to go ahead and mark my pieces real quick so we get this out of the way. My goal is to be done, and that's including my chit-chatting, in 3 hours, less than 3 hours. We'll see. I chit-chat way too much. Is that right? Let me double check my that's the strap. There we go. Yeah, I'm right. Okay. I was trying to make sure if I remembered that correctly. I'm not going to do the center line. You can do the center line down here, down through here. But I mean, you've already got these pieces here, these lines here. And honestly, I mean, you're just centering your piping in between those. And I don't think I need it. I think it's easy enough just to do that. I got to kind of make my line a little heavy because this is that black backing. I could get my silver pen out, but that silver pen I bought, I have silver pens I got off of Amazon, and I tell you what, that stuff, it's not the greatest ones. They're like really cheap, and they get everywhere. Okay, so I got my lines marked. Again, long edges, she gives you the measurements, and these are the handles. Okay. You want to make those marks. Again, you can make the center mark if you want. That's completely up to you. All right, let me check my straps. I think I didn't trim down one of my straps right. Let me check my numbers here real fast. Oh, I made this too short. You know what? It's not that much shorter, so we're going to go with it. Because this is the piece that I'm limited on. I mean, it's not that much. I mean, it's, I'm going with my shorter, and it's not, like I say, it's not much shorter. So I get talking and not paying attention to what I'm doing. So I am just going to line these up, get them measured out. Once I get these cut, I'm going to go fuse real quick. I've got my heat press is already on and heated up and ready to go. So once I get these fused, it'll be okay. All right. Let's see. I'm going to drop those back in there. Let's get back to this piece here. All right. Get my pen back. So we are going to now cut left, right, front, and then left, right, back. We're going to mirror these. Let's see, we can cut it like that. So let's cut this way first. I'm going to cut like that. Do you know if the recommended length is too long to wear over the shoulder? The recommended length is not too long. Let me show you, Lynn. You may not. This is the one that I made, and this is the correct length here. So like if for example, if this was like the way it's, this is just extra, and that's because of the end cap I used. The one I'm using tonight is a little shorter end cap, but this is basically what it looks like. Let me just kind of line it up a little bit. Like kind of like that, and that gives you a, to me it'll give you a nice tight over the shoulder look. So you'll have that, and it'll be nice and tight up and under your shoulder. Does that answer for you, Lynn, to make sure? Because like I say, what I cut off, it's not a lot. And honestly, if you, because of the ones I have has a little loop on the end, you could always put, no, this one doesn't have, this just has the hooks. But I mean, it's kind of big. They're kind of big, but these are actually kind of hard to find. Amazon, like I say, I found them in Amazon. And I will, again, as I was telling Evelyn, I will link what I found. But if you use a smaller cording, hello, Linda. If you use a smaller cording like I did on this one, I think this was 5/32 cording. I mean, you don't get a full rounded handle, but I was able to use tassel caps on this. So that's up to you. Or if you even maybe not put the cording in the very end. I don't know. I've not tried it, so I don't want to like say that's what you should do. But you could try something like that. Maybe do not use cording if you're using the 1/4 inch. Not use it at the very end. I don't know how well that would work, but that's an idea. But again, if it don't work, I'm not saying, I've not tried it, so I don't know for sure. Alrighty. So we are getting there. I'm trying. Whoops. Almost cut into my pattern piece. And make sure when you cut out your pattern that you cut out these little darts too. That's what helps give this the little the depth, I guess you could call it, the depth of the bag. Okay. Such a cute bag. And the only thing, and I agree with Heather when I watched her tutorial. She called it like maybe an advanced, I think she said advanced beginner, I think is the word she used, because the bag's easy to put together. But the I think the reason why we go with a little bit with the advanced part, I'll get just a second, Evelyn, is the final, the drop-in part, because it is done differently, and it's similar to I made a bag that from Sally Tomato, and I don't want to like, it's similar to her Tiffany pattern, kind of similar. I don't know, maybe not. I don't know. It's different. It's the first time I think it's the first time I did one exactly like that. But anyways, and that's just because you just need to be familiar with zippers and the feel. You have to kind of do the feel. I say the feel at the top to make sure everything lines up correctly. And then Evelyn, I was talking about the handle was the what we were talking about when we were talking about these end caps here. Because I used tassels on this one because I used a smaller cording. I like this look because it gives it kind of look like a strap extender type of look. But because I used a smaller cording, I was able to use these tassel caps because this is it's small. I mean, this could actually fit inside this. It's very small. The only thing that I would think if you really wanted to use the tassel caps is if you use the 1/4 inch cording, is not bring your cording all the way to the very end and then tuck what's left of your vinyl into the tassel cap. But I've not done it. It's an idea, a suggestion, but I don't want you guys to do it and it not work out, and then, you know, everybody gets mad at me. I don't like people to be mad at me. Which I haven't had. So, anyways, all right. So this is my two front pieces. Again, I mirrored this piece. If you've seen, I cut one this way, one that way, because we will be sewing these together. I'm going to make a couple little marks to place my interfacing. Oh, I'm going to use this great thing. This, like I say, these pens, they're just, it's like they almost like they leak, but they don't really leak. They just, I don't know. They're annoying. I can tell you that, but they work. They were cheap. I'm just making some marks so when I put my interfacing on, I know that's, you know, the right placement of it. It just helps me out. Like I said, this is just something I picked up from other, and I just placed just a couple little, as Bob Ross would say, indentations, marks. I don't know what you call them. Okay, so I'm gonna set that aside. We are going to cut the left, right, back. I'm gonna set that over there. And then all we'll have left after this, well, we'll have some of these little small pieces. No, I was thinking I was throwing away pieces that I could use, but it's not. All right, so I'm gonna see. Making sure, okay. Just concentrate for a quick second so I can get this done. Just cut it. There we go. I could sit and talk all night, but I wouldn't get a whole lot of work done. We're trying to get this done, so I'm going to try to concentrate just a tad bit. Sorry for my phone shakes. I got this table. This is like a Joann's craft table. And I tell you what, it is not the sturdiest table out there. I got to remember, this one's already, I cut this one reverse, so I need to cut the other one the other direction so I don't mess up. I know I'll mess up if I'm not paying attention. It's really quick. Again, it's really quick to cut. It's really quick to sew. It doesn't take a lot, honestly. A lot. And like my first one, you can do it all solid. Or you can mix it up. I seen some testers post. Some of the testers did I think they alternated the like the pieces like that. They did some, I think I seen one that did like little alters. I seen one. Now I'm not sure what type of fabric she used, but I tell you what, it was really cool. It looked like I don't want to say Shetland wool, but something like that. She had posted it on, I think it was Petal's Facebook group. I'm pretty sure that's where I seen it. Either that or Kasaya's. It was really, really neat. And I thought about that. I thought, well, that's pretty cool looking. But I thought I'd make this a little, like an evening out type of bag. Nice. With that nice black look, kind of gives me, it's kind of like the, you know, the little black dress, but it's got this, that least little bit of decoration, like a belt. Oh gosh, sorry guys, am I terrible? That's the one thing with the lives, you learn how people really are. Some people, it's great. But I don't know. I'm a little odd. Okay. All right. So that's that. Throw that there. So let me think. I got this cut mirrored. I got this cut mirrored. I need pocket trim and then the little handle connector pieces. And I didn't cut the piece out. I've got measurements, so I'm going to cut my little slip trim piece. And I think this will be perfect right here. Again, I'm just using the measurements that she gives me on this. All right, it's almost perfect. Let's see. I always like to go a little longer on my slip pocket trim decorative pieces. I like that little extra piece. Hangover helps me. Sometimes it helps me. I think I'm gonna clean this up a little bit. This needs cleaned up, so let's start on this side. What to do? Okay. Just bear with me here. Just trying to get my slip pocket trim piece cut. Okay. I'll just cut that little point off because I already cut it a little longer than I should have. I'm going to go ahead and mark my center. I'm not going to tape just yet. I am really, really low on 1/4 inch and 1/4 inch and 1/8 inch double-sided tape. I think this is the lowest I've been. I mean, I got 3/4 inch, which I'll use that on the handle or something. Yeah, I'll have to use it somewhere else. But I never been this low. I've been trying to put off buying it, but I've been on like a spree, like bag making spree lately. And I've gone through a lot. Okay, I need the little handle strap connectors. Crossbody. Oops. I do have more. I forgot to cut my crossbody, but as I said a little while ago, I do have a whole roll of this, so I'll be able to cut from that. I'll do it that way. Because I do want a crossbody. I didn't make a crossbody for this one because I didn't have enough of this. This is Raspberry by Tulip Bee. It's her signature smooth. It's a gorgeous color. And I thought with a small bag, this would absolutely just pop. But I did make a crossbody for that one. But I need my handle strap connectors, my 2 little handle strap connectors. So give me a quick second. Let me figure out where I can cut it off on this piece. Oh, there we go. This will work. This will work. 1, 2, okay. I just got to trim that down a little bit. Hello, let's see. Okay, I'm making sure I'm not missing anybody, so that's fine. All right, so I need to, let me do it this way. I am terrible sometimes. Okay, 1, 2, okay. Trying not to spill the beans on measurements. And I tell you what, I gotta look at the roller. There we go. I'm looking at the roller kind of upside down. All right, so I'm at the right width. I need the right length. There we go. All right, sorry about that. I had to like a lot of close attention to that one. I'm just gonna lay this one down on top and cut piece. Oh, perfect, perfect. So let's lay it here and cut this like that. Trying to use all these little nooks and crannies since these are little tiny pieces. Okay. I need to write myself a note to remember to put all that stuff in the description I guess I couldn't remember. I mean, that's kind of obvious. We're going to mark the centers on these two little strap connectors. Okay, I had to think of what the center was. But yeah, we're going to mark the centers on these little strap connectors. Because we will be they're just like your basic little fold-ins to the center type of deal. So I'm going to mark those real fast. Okay, so my centers are marked on these pieces. And these, again, are the little strap connectors. I'm going to put a big clippy on that so I don't lose them. Okay, let me grab my other roll of Obsidian and grab and cut my straps, my crossbody. There we go. Ooh, ooh, ooh. All right. Well, where are we at? 7:20. We're almost an hour in. Boy, should be all right. We should be fine. All right, so let me get my big roller back out. I hate cutting vinyl on a fold, but I don't have the space right now. Where's my ruler? There it is. So I need to do it this way. And this roll should be, let's see, my table. I know how long my table is, and I usually measure things by my table. This roll is, I think it's 56 inches long. Not quite 56, but it should be long enough. It's a crossbody. All right, so I'm just gonna fold it in half and cut from this for my crossbody. Again, I don't care to cut like it. I don't like to cut it this way, but because it's such a large roll, I always get that little wave in it. It's like cutting fold. Trying to make sure I'm going to cut this over just a tad bit. And I've got stuff in the way. I need to get stuff out of the way. I'm making stuff for my craft show coming up. I got so much stuff in my way. So many projects started. I think I had ADD as a child, but that was before ADD was like a diagnosis. And I think it's passed on to my adulthood, but you know, I'm 60, so why worry about it now, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go a little over the piece. I'm going to try not to hit the camera or the camera stand, and I am shaking this to pieces, sorry. So let me get my cut here. Like I say, I just hate cutting on folds. I'm going to move my camera just a tad bit, just to get my ruler. There we go. I've got myself all limited right here. Okay, let me make sure I am straight, because I'm going to cut a little over, because this line, of course, isn't perfectly straight. Ooh, I need to go over a little more. This does go in some. Okay. So you can just bear with me here. I'm just trying to make sure I'm good, because I'm going to use the cut line as my straight when I do this. And I just got to scooch it just a little bit. Try not to lose my line. This is like very shiny, and it's very very smooth. Guess that's why she calls it her signature smooth, right? Sorry, bad jokes again. Bad. I'm just trying to make sure I'm lined up the best I can be. There we go. Oh, I think I did it. I think I did it. All right. So let's get this out of the way. I'm just gonna set this stuff aside and I can clean up. Probably won't be cleaning up till tomorrow because once I get done with this and get my stuff posted, it'll be past my bedtime. Oh, all right. So let me just clean that up a little bit and get the right width for my strap. I messed up on my strap, guys. I messed up. Oh my gosh, that's embarrassing. How embarrassing. I just messed up my strap. How embarrassing. Thank goodness I have the full roll. Oh gosh. I was cutting it. I cut it the width of the handles, not the width that I need to make a crossbody strap. Oh my gosh, what a waste. Well, I mean, I'll be able to use it, but still, it's still more or less a waste. Wow. Oh well, I got a straight line, right? If I can get my piece, there we go. To line up. Sorry, bear with me. Okay. I tell you what, I'd probably have this already cut if I wasn't talking so much, right? Right, Lynn? Never mess anything up. What bag would I just make? There's a bag. Oh, I was been working on, I had posted it on my Facebook group. A bag I was just working on. It's not 100% finished. It's almost finished. But anyways, I got really confused on her pockets. It's the, what is the bag? It's a Shambhala. It's one of her patterns from last year. I can't remember. It's behind me in one of my project bins. But cutest little bag. But the pockets, I got confused on how to attach some of the pockets. And I think I unstitched that thing 3 or 4 times to the point where if I had to do it again, I would have to replace the pieces, and I didn't have enough of lining to do that. So I had to go with what I thought. I still don't think I did it right. I mean, it worked, but I still didn't understand it. I need to message her and ask her exactly what I did wrong, because I mean, what I did worked. It was just the way the when you put on the back part of the pocket, the inside of the, she's got 2 exterior pockets, and I just for some reason I just didn't get it. I was looking at the picture and it didn't match the picture, and like there's like no tutorials on this bag. I searched YouTube and I could not find tutorials on this bag at all, which makes me want to make a tutorial on it once I figure it out, because I don't want to teach something wrong. So, but we'll see if I can do it. I think it's Philomena, I think is the name of it. It's a really cute bag. I'd like to increase it like to 125%, but if I can't just say print 125% and let that be my guide rather than doing it, you know, fill in the whole page or whatever. What words am I trying to think of? I need to use my words. Anyways, it would have been too big for the pattern pieces. I'd had to do manual calculations, and well, me and math fractions are not great friends. Okay, so these aren't going to work. This is all I have left of my Decoville until my order comes in from Lilac on Monday. Oh, I was talking about double-sided tape. Yeah. Anyway, I got an order into Lilac, and it's not going to be here till Monday. So I need to work on projects that don't require double-sided tape this weekend. All right. We're almost done, guys. I apologize. It's taken a while. This really doesn't take that long to cut out. All right, so I'm getting my interfacing pieces. So what I did is, again, I printed them twice only because I didn't want to waste interfacing. So I printed them again, just the pieces that required the interfacing, obviously. And then I just cut, because she gives you the dashed lines. So I just cut the dashed lines on the dashed lines for the pieces. So you're going to cut like your front and back piece, the right, left and right side. You're going to do the exact same thing as you did on the exterior. Mirrored images is what I'm saying. Oops, let me cut this the right direction. I mean, I guess it don't matter as long as I mirror it, but I don't want to mess up again. All right, there we go. Even though I'm going to still, but anyway. So I'm just going to cut these real fast. And it won't take that long to fuse these onto my bag. Once we get sewing, it'll be quick. It's not a whole lot. Just cut real fast. Try to concentrate on cutting. Oops, slid. There we go. Now I'm trying to rush. Let's do a mirror image of this. Can I squish it in here? I sure can. I am just shaking this table to pieces. Is that a birth? No, it's not a birth bag. It is a drop-in, Evelyn. And it's different. I was mentioned earlier, it is a different way of drop-in lining because the zipper is at the top of the bag. So you're dropping it in at the zipper, and then you just sew. And it's kind of like, that's kind of where we, let's say it could be maybe an advanced beginner, because you really need to be comfortable with zippers, I feel. Other than that, it's such a quick bag to sew. That's why I thought I'd do this all in one sitting. I'm talking more than I'm cutting, and then I'm messing up. Sometimes, I swear, I think that my mistakes take longer than the actual making of the bag sometimes. Okay. On other bags, I mean. If I didn't make so many mistakes, then the bag would be done hours ago. All right, so we cut that one. Grab this one. We're getting there. I'm almost done. We can get sewing. Oops, cutting into my piece. All right. One of these days, I'm gonna convince my daughter to help me on these lives, but she's so busy with her job. When she gets off work, she no longer wants to be on a computer, which I don't blame her. She has a very stressful job. I'm just trying to get this done. Okay. There's one there. Oops. I didn't do a very good job cutting it. Told my family they could come down here if they wanted to. It'd be all right. We share a space down here in the basement on our little, doing our stuff. My husband likes to do, there's just those little those model kits, like, just like most people would associate him with some, you know, younger people doing model kits and stuff. I mean, he did them when he was younger. Loved doing that stuff. When we first got married, he done a Camaro Z28 model. It's a big size one. I don't know what the scales are. I don't understand all of it. But anyways, he did one of those when we first got married. And it was funny is it was on the larger scale, and he did. It's beautiful. He's very talented. He's more precise than I am. He don't do it anymore, but he used to make a lot of wood stuff. I don't know if you can see, you can't see it in the background. But anyways, very talented, but he's so detailed and accurate. I mean, it's just like, all right, that's good. Like my handle. It's like, okay, that's good. Okay, mirrored, got that. One more little piece to go. We can get fused and get sewing. But anyways, he makes these things, and he does such a great job. Beautiful stuff. But his woodworking, oh my gosh. But he just don't do it anymore because he just doesn't, I don't know if he just didn't get enjoyment out of it. I don't know what. Oh my gosh, he has made some of the most beautiful stuff. Some of the stuff, we don't have half the things that he used to make. He just don't. He just doesn't enjoy it, I guess, anymore. Plus the cost of wood, that doesn't help matters either. It's like you can buy it a lot cheaper, but he's really in his older years, he has gotten to the point where he doesn't like to rush for anything. I don't know what the deal is with that, but he just like doesn't want to rush for anything, and so he just he takes so long to make one thing. It wouldn't work for him to do that profession, like a side, what you would call a side hustle, kind of like this, what I'm doing here. When I sell my bags, I go to the craft fair and sell them. But anyways, I wandered off. And he does those models, but he does really good job on them. He's very precise. All right, last piece. I'm gonna go fuse real quick. You'll hear me. It's my heat press is behind my table, is behind where the camera is. So I'm gonna run real quick, get these fuses. Shouldn't take long. And then I will be right back, and then we will get to sewing. Grab all my pieces here. There's that. So we got this piece is getting fused, and then both left and right pieces here, these all get fused. And these get fused. That's all the fusing that you need to do on this bag. Okay, I'm gonna just lay these on here real quick. So when I get it over to the heat press, I just have to make sure they're situated properly, because oh, too big. Just make sure you watch your pieces. Obviously, you make sure you got 2 smaller left and rights and 2 larger left and rights, because the back, since the back doesn't have that little accent at the top, it's just the full piece. All right, I will be right back. Again, you'll hear the little beeper. Give me right back. Talk amongst yourselves while I do this. The only way I could do this live, a cut live, is do this fuse. Whoop, I'm hitting my table with the lid. We're gonna work at this. See how fast I can fuse this without messing it up. Okay. If it's out just a tad bit, I should be okay. All right. Let's see, let's do it that way. I'm trying to lay these on here so I can fuse as many pieces at one time without. I usually pull my table out. There we go. That'll help a little bit. Okay. All right. That's silver pen, I'm telling you. Everywhere. I gotta make sure that hopefully that comes off. I should be able to get, look, I mean, I should be able to get these all fused in two, if my Decaville behaves. I should be able to get these all fused in just 2 swipes here. This lid out of the way. Kind of wish I had one of those lids that lift up like a clamshell. I guess, I don't know if that's what you call it or not. It would make it easier because sometimes I can't swing my top real, I can't swing it wide where I have it. Alright, just checking my pieces because I'm just going to, this last piece here, I hope everybody's on here. Alright. Okay, that turned off. Pieces. All right. Oh, I hope that didn't mess up. See that goofy silver pen? You were doing great. Take your time. Thank you so much, Jacqueline. Yeah, that's probably true, Lynn. She used to take all my pictures and stuff, and I have a hard time. And then she's like trying to take pictures and stuff, but it's like I said, she has her job just absolutely drives her mad. She has a very what word I want to say? A very, I don't want to say demanding boss, but it's one of those jobs where you're never off work. You're never, you just can't, she just can't wind it down. And that's the problem. And she's very, she's like her dad. She's very, serious type A personality to the nth degree. And I don't know. It's now, so September, she's planning on going camping and escaping from the world. But of course, that worries me. I mean, she's a grown adult. I mean, she's old enough to take care of herself. But anyway, all right. I'm going to move the camera. We're going to get sewing. Get my pieces here in the bin. These are cooling down because, of course, you got to let that sit for a quick. Oh my God, I forgot the lining, which is easy. All you got to do is two of these pieces in the pocket. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I would have realized that when I went to sew the lining. That would have been silly me. Honestly, it doesn't really take this long to cut out this pattern. But I'm trying to think. Oh, that is very, it's Lilac from Tulip Bee. It's her Smoothie Smooth. Smoothie Smooth. I can't say it the way she has it spelled. I think I should be able to cut, yeah, because this is free. Cut 2 of these at once. I had to think, because sometimes I get Let me just cut these real fast. Again, these are just, all you need is 2 pieces of lining. There's no gusset involved, which is great. You just have your little darts. So I'm just gonna cut this real fast. What's underneath here? Oh, I've got paper, I got pattern pieces underneath here, clips and everything. Good gravy. I appreciate your guys' patience, I really do. All right, let's clip that. Are you using, yes, Evelyn, I did use Decaville Light, and the, this is actually, this Decaville, it's not really this one I'm using on this bag. It's the stuff you get from Got Interfacing. This is her brand of Decaville Light. I like it. It's not that I don't like it. The only thing that I'm not thrilled about with it is it's not really wrinkly, but it's not, when I turn a bag, sometimes I feel like I get a little bit of a wrinkle in it. I don't know how, a better way to word it. It's but I do like it. But I did just, like I say, I did just order some regular Decaville Light from Lilac, because that's all I have left is what I just showed you. And I do like it better. I mean, it's a little more expensive, but this is, yeah, this is actually, it's cheaper. But it feels a little different as far as what it feels like when it's not fused. When you get it like regular, it does have a different feel to it. It's hard to describe. All right, I am messing up here. Let me get my clips in. I'm trying to, all this is no different the way I'm cutting. I mean, just at least let me get this cut, and then I'm going to clean it up here and here in just a second. I'm getting it a little off. All right, let me just clean up these edges. I got my little round the corners here started slipping. Okay, again, don't forget your darts. Okay. Okay, oops. Okay, all this pieces off here. There we go. All right, so there's just 2 lining pieces. I cut those at the same time. So I got 2 lining pieces here. Get these clips off. And then I just need a slip pocket, and I'm just gonna get the measurements. I didn't cut it out. Slip pocket. Okay. Sometimes I like to cut them squares or rectangles out, only because sometimes it makes it easier to cut, but I chose not to do it on this one. It's not like really big. All right, I'm shaking the table again, shaking the table. Once I move it to the other side when I'm sewing, you won't have all that shaking, because I've got this just on a little table thing. All right, let me think here. How do I want to cut this? Make sure it's straight. I'm going to do this. Very unconventional way of cutting. I hope you guys aren't cringing by watching the way I cut this. That I'm going to cut a little bit longer, so that way I make sure it's straight on that side. If I you know what I should have done, silly me, I forgot I have this 12.5 inch square quilters ruler, a square quilt blocks, and I didn't use it. I could have used that on this. Oh well. I was gonna just wad it up, but we're gonna try to see if we can fold it up. This is, I mean, it's a great size. I mean, honestly, I mean, this is, again, they're smoothie smooth. You get a lot out of these purchases. I forgot what it costs, but you get a lot out of this. All right. Okay, I'm making sure I'm not getting behind on comments. All right, so this is going to be the longer side of the two. It's not quite a square, the slip pocket. And I got to make sure my slip pocket is right, because when I cut my last slip pocket, I did it, when I folded it a little longer than, yeah, that's a little odd shape there. Let me just straighten this out real quick. This is just a little crooked, and we will be 100% ready to sew. I got to make some marks on the side, because we do the lining the way she has the lining in here, the way I love to do linings. My favorite lining way. Oh, I need to make sure it's on the right end. From the long edges. So this is the longer edge. All right, so on the longer edges, again, this is just the slightest bit out of square. So there's one side that's just a tad bit longer than the other side, and you're going to make your lines on the longer edge like that. Hello, Maryland, Northwest Ohio. Hello, I'm actually in northern Kentucky. If you're familiar with Kentucky, I'm in northern part of Kentucky. I grew up in a suburb of Cincinnati. I moved to Kentucky about, how long am I working at my job? 16, 17 years ago to northern Kentucky. I really like it. Even I'm kind of, when I first moved to Kentucky, I was in the southern part of Boone County. And hello, Annette, how you doing? Got your smoothie smooth out, Lilac. I'm going to move the camera, so everybody get ready to close your eyes. If you don't want to see the movement, I'm going to move you over, and I'm going to set you down, but I don't want, then you see my roof on my basement, my unfinished ceiling. All right, so we're going to get this in here. I wish I could do my camera sideways, but it's not going to work that way. So here, let me get this. I'm trying to, let's see if that works. There we go. Oh, let me just scoop the camera. That'll work better. Oh my gosh, you guys, I hit the Siri button. She wouldn't move, and then I hit a button. I don't know what I hit. The screen went on my lock screen. Then I had to unlock my screen. I don't know. I'm a nut. All right, let's get this stuff to put close by to use. Let me get my pattern. All right. Whew. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, right, Marilyn. I mean, it's like, I'm actually afraid to do lives, because I'm so afraid that I'm gonna do something goofy, because I do goofy stuff. I mean, all the time, not just sewing. But anyways, so yeah, it's whatever. All right. I mean, I laugh at myself, honestly, I do. So I guess that's a good thing, right? All right, make sure my pattern pieces, my pattern directions and numbers. All right, so I wish I could have figured out how to bring it up on my tablet so I could see the comments better. Because now that I got my phone away, oh, I wish I could place another order with a net, but I can't right now. I had a big order, and I just had to order stuff from, well, I was saying I just had to order stuff from Walmart. So anyway, all right, so the first thing we're going to do is the crossbody. I am going to end up using my, oh, I'm going to have a collision here in a second. I'm going to end up using my 3/4 inch tape. I usually like to do 1/8 on each on the long ends because I'm not good, but I'm going to do the crossbody strap first. Again, I have to be wary of using my 1/8 and my 1/4 inch because I'm running low. I'm rocking it. Is it still moving, Evelyn? Oh, I'm rocking it. Never mind. Oh my God. I'm an idiot. I thought you meant I was rocking the camera. Oh my gosh. I am using the thread I'm going to use. I thought about using Kasaya's her namesake thread, the variegated one. But I just use that on another bag, and then I wanted to keep this one a little more simple. So I'm just using her black, what's it called? It's her black thread. Dark Night is what she calls it. And it is Tech 70. It's actually what I have still left over from the the little Cupid box she had at the first of the year. I still got, yeah, Dark Night, thank you. That's what I'm using for the thread because I think that the black would be nice, especially on, and Annette, this is your Obsidian. So we'll get that. I just wanted a nice bag. So anyway, so we're going to make our strap. If you're not familiar with straps or how you make the straps, you're basically going to get your double-sided tape. It's the easiest way to make straps. And then you're going to fold the long edges in up to, but do not go over the line. You don't want it to go over the line. You just kind of want to go right below it. Just be careful you kind of keep it consistent. And this is a long strap, so a long crossbody. So we're just trying to do this. And then we're going to take the other side and do the same thing. And then when you get done putting it to the center, you want to make sure there's a little gap in between. It's going to be hard to show the gap on this because this vinyl is so dark and the back side is black as well, so there might be a little gap. Come on, work with me. There we go. Let's see. It will be restocked. Okay. Oh. I love this stuff. And that I'm trying, honestly, to the conversation that oh gosh, it was one of Kasaya's lives. I can't remember. I don't know if it was when we were doing, oh, it was the Sister Sew. I'm trying to get to Florida this fall. I want to go, My, I thought I had a place to stay, but the folks that own, there's a condo, they have a condo in Fort Myers. It's people we know from church. I've actually been there, down there years ago. It's in Fort Myers. It's off the beach. It's not like on the beach or anything. But anyways, I talked to the wife first, because like I said, we've known these people for forever. But anyway, talked to her, and she was going to get with her husband to see, because I mean, she had to ask him if she wanted, you know, if he wanted to charge us full price, whatever, which is fine, because it's still not a bad price is what they were going to charge for it. But it was less cheaper than a hotel, and it would be in a condo, a little condo type deal. But anyway, 2 weeks later, she had a severe aneurysm. I mean, she's only a couple years older than me. She's 62. I think she just turned 62 in February. Anyway, it's horrible. Like I said, I've known her for over 20 years. Yeah, over 20 years. But anyway, she, severe aneurysm. She's also had a stroke. They couldn't do like the easy aneurysm surgery that they do now, where they go with the, like through your groin, because that's what my father-in-law had. But anyways, one side of her brain, it's bad bleeding. They had to go into her skull. I mean, just gonna tell you that. She ended up had a stroke on the other side. And then while she was in the hospital, she had spinal meningitis. She was just released. It's bad. Oh, that one's broke. She, and my niece is married to her son. And the girls, they have 2 little girls. She has a bunch of grandkids, but 2 of them are my great nieces, and they but anyway, it's bad. Anyways, she never got a chance to talk to him about it. We never got back about it, because I just mentioned it to her one day, and I'm not going to ask now, because I just feel like obviously it seems to be it's insensitive to do that. So I'm just looking for another place that I can go to. But anyways, I do want to get down there. It's our anniversary. I can try and talk my husband to it being an anniversary trip, but he doesn't travel. I can't get him to go anywhere anymore. He's turned into his dad. All right. So let's sew this real fast. Get this stitch length increased. I've got to turn the machine on first. That helps. Oh, there we go. I didn't hold on to my things, and it started to bunch in the bottom. Ooh, this is going to be hard to see when I sew, isn't it? Woo! Let's see. Oh, you're funny, Cassie. That's the daughter who I'm trying to make an admin to help me out, but she just wants to get on here and be funny. Yeah, she does have a real nice tent. It's sitting in the entryway. It needs to be. She's got to get it waterproofed, but she hasn't had time to do that. Oh, that's what I was talking about earlier. I got sidetracked talking about her stressful job. She's going out in the middle of. She's going out in Michigan, up at I guess in the UP. I guess she's decided, and camp with her new dog, who still needs trained. Little Barky, Miss Barky. She, in the middle of nowhere, I guess, to unplug, which she does really need to unplug. Trying to go fast, but also trying to make it look good. I don't want it to look sloppy. Yeah, I can see my husband in a tent. Not gonna happen. She knows that. When you sew your straps, in case you're not familiar, when you sew these straps, you always want to start on the open end, unless for some reason the pattern calls for you not to. All right. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's wanting to, trying to, there we go. Just trying to keep it straight. Whoa, whoa. I forgot. Well, yeah, that's true, Annette. I've got a needle positioner on this thing, and sometimes, I'm going to tell you what, I still can't. Sometimes I still accidentally hit that gas pedal, and I tell you what, I still go. All right, we're going to set this aside. The strap's done. We're going to do these nice handles. Okay, so, oh, that's okay, Cassie. I had one pop in, and I would figure out how to delete it, so I'm learning. Okay, so as I was saying, she gives you marks to go on each side of the handles. These are the handles, and you're going to put some double-sided tape on each of the long ends of each handle. And I'm going to use my 1/8 of an inch for this, because you're going to fold these long ends up to the line. And this is how we do the handles, and then we're going to add the pot cording in the center. So let's get this done here. Oh, Miss Evelyn, I have a Juki 1541S. When I ended up buying this machine, I looked at other machines, and I even thought about getting like the one Kasaya has. I think you have to wait for those, and I'm one of these people that when I make that decision, it's kind of like I want it now. I mean, I guess you could call me, I don't know, spoiled or impatient. I don't know what you call it, but anyways, because then I'll change my mind. And so I ended up with Juki, and I bought it from Junkies down in Florida. Really nice people. I had an issue when I first bought it, and they were really, really great in helping me out. It was the way that they, the warehouse that shipped it, when they put it, they had to do something to it. They didn't do something right. But anyway, I just wanted to get this because I was using a domestic, and I thought when I bought that domestic, I thought it was kind of like a semi-industrial, and it really wasn't. And I thought, well, I'm going to do this. I'm just going to get it, and that way I don't have to worry about it anymore. Okay. So I got my double-sided tape on each end, and then you're going to put a piece of double-sided tape through the center. Now, I normally would just use a 1/4 inch because that's really all you need. But as I was saying earlier, I am low on double-sided tape, so I have to kind of use up my 3/4 inch. So I ended up using 3/4 inch in the center. Don't really need it that wide, but I did. And then you're going to take your long edges, and you're going to fold them to the line that you drew. And I'm not worried about the tape getting in my machine. This machine can handle double-sided tape. I'm going to tell you what. It's great with double-sided tape. And honestly, I don't even have problems with it sticking to the needle. I do check the needle to make sure it's not sticky. I don't have any issues. It's a great machine. I do love it. It's expensive, but I love it. Okay, so see, that's what you're going to do. You're going to fold each of the long, oh, thanks, Evelyn. I've had it for 6 months. I got it at the first, it's actually, I got it at the end of the year, but it was the first year before I could actually really use it. Like I say, I love this machine. Okay, and I think the price, they just raised prices on them. So, yeah, they're a little more, even more expensive now. So anyways, so I'm folding these long edges in, again, up to that line. So get this done. This will give you that nice finished edge for the handles. All right. So anybody on here from this area, like Ohio or it's coming to Kasaya's Ohio Sewing in this, or no, her Ohio Swag Dash. Is anybody out here? I know a couple of people that are coming in from out of state that's going to it. I'm going to be at her Swag Dash on Saturday with the Susu sling. Ooh, I can't see this line. I should have drew it with my, I think I can see it. But anyway. Yeah, I'm going to be at the Saturday one. I can't wait. I met him last year at the Ohio Greet. It's at Carla Boomershire's place. It's really neat, her setup she's got up there in Springfield. That's when I met him last year. It's like you walk up to him and the first time you meet him, it's like you've known him forever. I swear it is. Very, very nice people. Kasaya and Susan are. Okay. Again, I'm just trying to get this, getting these, oops, that's a little bulge. Trying to get this here. Handles and straps, I tell you. Let me just, took my center piece tape off. All right, let's get my cording. Now, she gives you measurements on how to cut, long to cut it. I think it's the measurement she gives you is the exact length. I do like to cut mine just a tad bit longer. I just like that little extra. So I'm just going to actually just set it down a little past it and then just set it down through the center like that. Oops. And you're kind of making this almost exactly like doing piping in a bag if you've done that. Except that you're not, of course, in piping, you don't have that finished edge. All right. Oops, where's my, there we go. I think I unraveled it. I don't know. I mean, this, they obviously just rolled it up for this. Ah. All right, just trying to keep it, oops, straight, but not. This isn't art. Yes, they are. I mean, they are. They're just. They are. What do you call them? I don't want to say down home people. I don't know. I feel like my grandma when I say something like that. But okay, so I got my piping in the center like that, stuck to the tape in the center, and I got my finished, my folded edges, and then you're just basically going to fold this around the piping like that, and then I'm going to unclip it, and then you're going to sew it shut right at that closing. Now when I did the one that had the smaller piping, there was obviously a lot of room. This, when you use the full 1/4 inch piping, it is a tighter. I don't know what I say, a tighter. It's, if you've got less, obviously less room, but it's, I think it'll still look really nice. Again, I got this, went ahead and bought this off of Amazon, the 1/4 inch, instead of using my ginormous roll of the smaller one, because I wanted to see that full rounded edge like that. That's neat. I like it. Okay. Do. Get these clipped. Since it's so tight, I just want to clip them to make sure they're held in place real quick. We'll get these sewed shut, and then we'll see how to do the handles. Where are we at on time? 8:15. Okay. All right, so let's get this done. So I don't sew with the zipper foot and net. I really do probably on this step need to change. I do have one. I bought it actually off of Amazon. As I bought a zipper foot off of Juki Junkies. So this is the one I got off of Amazon. But I got one that I bought off Juki Junkies. Is this it? I don't know if this is it. I don't even know what this is. I even bought a piping. No, that's a piping foot. I've never even used it. I wasted my money. I don't even know what that is. I've got stuff in here. But anyway, well, this is it right here. This is my zipper foot. But I think I bought the wrong I don't know. Did I buy the right side? I think it goes like this. See, I bought it. I don't know. I'm going to try to use this. I mean, I don't have too many problems with this foot. I do get kind of close with it if I work with it, because this is the one that came with the machine. But I will need my zipper foot. Definitely going to need a zipper foot with this. Yeah, it does, because it's such a narrow foot, it doesn't feed well, and I don't know, I don't like it, but for this step I'm gonna have to. So be patient with me while I change out my feet. I need new feet. I truly need new feet, but get these out of here and change it out, because yeah, with this I didn't have to with the other strap, because I used a smaller cording. Come on, Toni. I can't. Come on. There we go. Always have to remind myself. Righty, tighty, lefty, loosey. You'd think I'd know by now. I can. All right, let's go the fingers here. It's quicker sometimes just to use your hands. All right. Yeah, I got this off of Amazon. This one is a little tight, but it does still work. There we go. I put a little oil inside of it to help it feed better on there. Oh, come on. There we go. And then I got to remember to tighten the screws, because I did the other day I was sewing. I don't even know what I did, but the screw came loose on the back of the foot. The back foot. There we go. Let's see what we got. Oh, thanks, Evelyn. Oh. Let's see, there we go. Make sure it is lined up. Oh, that's a little crooked. Getting old for the birds. I'm going to tell you what, my eyes, I've never had to wear a pair of glasses in my life. There we go. This foot, there we go. It keeps wanting to turn. Every time I turn the screw, it's wanting to go tilt. Okay, there we go. We got it. We got it. We got it. But anyway, until I got into my 40s and I had to start with reading glasses, and that's what. And then now I feel like I need them all the time. I cannot read anything. In my right eye, I have an astigmatism in my right eye, and but my left eye is perfect, so I don't need anything to correct it. But if I try to put on makeup and I close my right eye to put on like makeup on my right or my left eye, shoot. If I close my right eye to put makeup on my left eye, it's a little blurry because of the astigmatism, and that's and it's like trying to put on eyeliner. Sometimes I'm like, I look a little odd with my eyeliner, it looks a little messed up. But I really can't complain. My daughter inherited my mother's eyes, which my mother's had really bad eyes. So yeah, you're gonna have to be careful when you do this, like especially if you use this, because it doesn't feed. It's just like a pain in the butt. All right. I think I'm gonna have to go fast. Let's see. It's working. It's getting there. It gets loud sounding because the foot, whoops, keeps hitting the metal plate. There we go. Get a little closer. Whoa, whoa. Starting to twist a little bit too. There we go. Just make sure you, it's just kind of, got to work with it. But that's the, now if you had a cording that was just a little less, maybe, what, 3/8, if they have something like that. I mean, I don't know if there's one that measures about 3/8. It probably, it would still give you that rounded look. Still that fuller look that I'm looking for, that the way she has it in her pattern. It probably wouldn't have to struggle like I am. Ooh, don't need to bend back a fingernail. Well, that kind of went off a little bit. Doodly-doo, get it back in there. Dude. There we go. Did I just break my needle? Stuck. Oh my gosh. I just stuck my stupid screwdriver. Oh my gosh, you guys. You probably think I'm a nut. I stuck my screwdriver in the way and I just broke my needle. Can you believe that? I believe it, honestly. All right. I hope I'm not letting Ellana down by doing this. I tell you, I know she probably had to leave. She popped in the beginning. She probably had to leave. She is way hours before me. I don't know if I want, yeah, we'll use that size of needle. But anyway, all right. Gotta find my, is this it right there? Yeah. All right. I need to find my straight pin. Give me a quick second where I can change my needle. I made sure I had a full bobbin in so we didn't have to go through all of this. especially because the way I have to change my bobbins. It's embarrassing to tell you. I have to lift the machine to change my bobbins. I can't do it underneath like everybody else does, because when I got this machine, they already had the oil pan installed, and I don't think they installed it right, because I can't get, it's either my hands are just too big, or they installed it too far to the left. So I have to lift my machine to change my bobbin. And I even kept trying afterwards. I'm thinking, well, maybe it's just, I'm just not experienced enough to do it. I'm trying to find the hole so I can straighten my needle up. I used this tip. I forgot where I seen it on YouTube on this machine to make sure your needle's straight, to use a straight pin. Oh my gosh, there we go. And it helps me hold it in place to make sure, and then make sure I got it the right position. It's not easy like you can on the domestic where it's got the flat edge. Uh-oh, little Barky Miss Barky's barking. She got this dog, my daughter did. Yeah, it happens. It happens to me a lot because I'm just always sticking something in the way. Anyways, so unfortunately, my daughter's dog, she was an older dog, but she also had cancer. We lost her in June. And she got this dog. And Emmy, the dog number one, she was actually a mutt. And she anyway, her bark was so loud. I mean, people were scared to death of her bark because she had a serious bark. But anyways, she got this dog, and she bought it from a breeder. So this dog is she's not a mutt. She's a, what is it? A Scotch Collie is what she is. She's, like I said, she's just a pup. And well, of course, when you first get her, she didn't really do a whole lot. Hardly barked. But she follows it's my daughter's dog, and she follows her around. I'm telling you what. But she likes to bark for some reason. I mean, it's probably the collie in her. I don't know. We had collies when the kids were little. We had regular, not going to say real collies, but regular full big collies when the kids were little. And I showed her on my first live, my very first one. It was, she had only had her for like a couple weeks when we showed her. She got stuck underneath my machine. She went under my machine and got behind the pedal. I couldn't like do anything. Anyway, let's trim these up. Clean up my threads. So this is, boom. There's one. All right, let's get the other one. Let's get this going. Oh my goodness. And then I'm gonna have to change my foot back because there's no way I can sew this bag a top stitch with this zipper foot. That will be, it'll never fit, because this is like trying to feed this. Where's my, there it is. Through here. Making sure it catches. There we go. It probably works. I mean, it works so much better, of course, when you go fast, but if I go fast, I'm afraid I'm going to miss the back. Just checking it as I go along. getting this right? Yeah. I mean, it's not the stitch length that I have it set on because it's kind of uneven, but because it's the black on that black vinyl, it you can't tell. I mean, I'm looking, I mean, besides it's going to be all wound up anyways. So there we go. So there's my straps, my handle, not my strap, my handles. So I'm going to clean that up, get my threads cleaned up, because you don't want your threads to peek out from the end of those caps. So we'll go ahead and get those caps installed. Into my bucket here. I only need 2 of them. There's 4 in this thing. I only need 2 of them. Get the screws out. And this thing's filthy. Yeah. All right. I had found some at Michael's, but they were something about leather something. 1, 2, 3, 4. And they were only glue in. You didn't have the little screws to put in there. And I won't use those unless I have to. But anyway. All right, let's put these guys away. We're not going to use that. I don't want to put that back in there. It's dirty. Oh, no! One of the screws just hit the floor. I really need to... Good gravy, where did I just put those at? Right there in front of me. I need to, I'm going to have to get that screw off the floor later. One of the screws just hit the floor. So let me get my, I like to use my little magnets, my machine magnets, to hold these things so I don't lose them. It's on the floor. It's big enough. I'll see it. I'll be fine. Okay. Now, you're going to grab your end cap. Let me get that string. Again, these strings, they may not peek up, but always best to go ahead and make sure you got it. So, you're going to like nest them, opposites like that. Yes, they are. When I first started watching Kasai and everything, we had them, and she had the magnets. I'm like, I was so jealous because I couldn't have them on my domestic because it's not metal. You know, obviously on the top of the domestic. And I was so glad when I got my industrial. I got them all. I got my Nomi magnet. I got my turn and burn. I got my How Embarrassing, and of course I got my little cheap. I got my own cheap little magnet on my machine. But anyway, so we're gonna nest them like this together. Is how they're going to, how you start them into the little caps. I am going to use some glue. This is just some cheap glue I got off of Amazon. Actually, it's not, it's a good glue. And I like the tip because it's got that little edge there. I really like that. Whoops, it's starting to come out. But I'm going to put glue at the bottom. And I'm not going to lie, I'm putting a generous amount at the bottom. Because this is a handle and it will need to stay in there when someone grabs hold of it. Let me grab my wipes because it's going to drip. And get everywhere. Okay. So you're going to take them like that. Again, you're going to put the wide side. You're going to kind of put the stitched ends in the middle, or not in the middle, but like on each end like that. Do you have a magnetic one? I do not, Evelyn. I just take my little this and I just wave it over it and pick it up. But you know what's funny? I mean, I can't read anything without reading glasses, but I can find a screw on a floor easy. I don't know what it is. My husband, when he's working on his model things and he's got pieces real teeny tiny, I can go over there and find them on the floor for him. And he wears glasses. His eyes aren't great. But I can find stuff on the floor really, really easy. So we're going to glue, again, I got glue in there, and then I'm going to shove this in there again, like the seams are kind of nested. Push it, of course, push it all the way to the end like that. I'm going to turn where the screws are. So you can see they got the screw holes there. And that's where we're going to put the screws in at. I am going to grab like a little poker thing. I've got like a little awl. I'm going to just put a little poke into the vinyl. A little more than that. Because these screws will go down into the vinyl. I'm going to throw some glue. Let me get my screwdriver. Just trying to have everything ready. So I'm going to get my little screwdriver. I wanted that electric one like Barbie has. She's got one of the little electric screwdrivers. That's awesome. But I ended up getting this kit. It's just got all kinds of little tips. Mom will put glue on the end. I have some of that. Oh, I forgot what it's called. It's the stuff that Lynn's recommended. But I just tend to go ahead and use this because this is this is like serious glue. And you're just going to screw it in. So let me get this in. Ugh. It's going. But it's a long screw, so it's going to like go through all of that. So give me. Probably should have poked that hole a little deeper, but I think, oh, it's going. We're getting there. Oh. So it gives you a little wrist workout here. Am I in there? Okay, we're almost there on the one. But anyways, I ended up getting this new kit because the screwdriver set that I had, I kept stripping screws and having problems. I'm going to step this down a little further. There we go. And I got this set. It's got like 50,000 screwdriver heads. It's got the teeniest tiny ones too. And it's more magnetic than the other one, which I really like. Loctite. Oh, yes. Thanks. Yes, Annette. That's what it's called. Loctite. Like I said, I do have some of that, but this works well enough right now. Ow, crushed. Ooh, that hurt. Woof. Oh, my hands can't take that. I'm just glad I remembered my arthritis medicine this morning. I only took one of them yesterday, and I'm going to tell you what. My hands can't last, especially with the sewing. I can't get that last. Oh, well, no, I'm stripping the screw, I think. Can't see the... I need to get a wider one. Okay, that one is messed up. All right, so anyways, so we got this in like that. Yeah, that I got, it hurts, but I'll live. So you got it in like that, and then you're just basically just going to twist it around like that to the look that you want. I do like this. Like I said, I got this idea from Heather Mayhem's video. She did, my other one was a solid, but this is cute. And then you just roll it until you get it to the desired look. I don't know if I want to go any tighter than this. That's cute. All right. And then we're going to do the exact same thing on this one, and I will try to go as fast as I can. Some of that glue's already drying up. Love my glue. Whew, that's some strong stuff too. They go in really nicely. They fit well in these caps here. Blood, sweat, and tears in our bags, I tell you. Yeah. I probably should put it on this way rather than hold it in my hand. That's probably the smartest thing to do. This is like, I have to hold it. It's the only way I can get some backing behind it. My husband was down here, I'd be asking him to do it, honestly. But I guess he didn't want to listen to me talk for 3 hours. Yes, this is where I start to strip them out when I get this close. Ooh, it's going to be a Voltaren night. Ugh. I don't think it's going anywhere. If it does, it'll have me to answer to, that's for sure. I would do this, I would leave this, but this is supposed to be a video from start to finish, so if you can't stay till the end, I get it. Time is 8:42. Oh my gosh, I wanted to not take so long to do this. Oh, this is going in crooked. Hold on. There we go. So remember to bring your muscles when you do this. Just be careful not to jab yourself in the hand. Ugh. It's getting there. It's got the little loose top, but it's hard for me to push down with my palm of my hand to do this. Almost to the end there, and I want to strip it again. I think. All right, there we go. Boom. That's cute. All right. We don't have time to sit there and admire things right now. This put away. We are moving to the bag. Moving to the bag. All right. We're going to prep our upper our upper front piece. We're going to prep that. We need a little double-sided tape. She gives you a measurement. Okay, so yeah, make sure. Now this did slip a little bit when I did it, so I need to double check my measurement here. But you typically are going to fold it over the, she says to fold it over the stabilizer. Okay. But since my stabilizer slipped, I am going to go in real quick and make some marks on this side to make sure, there we go, I get it right. So I'm just going to lay my double-sided tape. If your stabilizer is accurate, then you can just line it along your stabilizer. But I have to scooch it down and this is only on the bottom curve here, the bottom edge here. So you're going to put double-sided tape right there on the bottom. And then if you're worried about bulk, because you're going to fold this up to that tape, you can do just a couple tiny little snips. It's not that big of a curve where you're going to have a lot of bulk, but I just did my other one. I just did a couple little triangles, like 3 of them, I think is what I did. And this was right at the tip, right at the, not tip, but the curved edge. Like that. I think you can see it with my hand there. That's what I did. So, double side tape. And we're gonna fold it up to that. Either the line that you had to make or the up over the stabilizer. Let's see. Whoops. There we go. And then just fold it up. I think I put my tape a little too low, but that's okay. Yeah, I should have put my tape up. I should have put it along. If I was a smart person, I would have put it up. I need some more tape. I didn't do that really well. I should have just used my 1/4 inch tape rather than this 1/8 inch tape. I'm just gonna flip it this way. So like I say, going around the actual stabilizer, if you've got it on right, it's a little quicker. But when I get to this side, I have to be careful because of my stabilizer messing up. And then you can use a little roller. I've got this tiny little clover plastic roller, which is cute. I used this when I was, and then just flatten it out. And so you've got your finished edge. Okay, and that's fine, Annette. Thank you so much, Annette. I really, really appreciate you watching and tuning in. I do appreciate it. Have a good evening, and I'll probably see you on one of Kasaya's lives. All right, so there's the edge. This is going to be the front edge of your bag. So we got that folded over like that. We're going to set it aside for a quick minute. You're going to grab your right and left front pieces, the smaller of the 2 pieces, your right and left front. You're going to grab those, and then you're going to put the sides, the shorter sides together, short straight sides together, right sides together. Get some of this stuff out of the way. Get all my clips out. So we're going to sew this at the seam allowance that she gives. Let me just refresh my memory. Okay. All right, there we go. I gotta get some, oh, I gotta change that. I gotta change this foot. Honest, I'm sorry, guys. I hate this foot. I don't hate it. I shouldn't say the hate. I dislike this foot a lot. It is not my favorite. I only use it when I have to. All right. Now I'm getting oil all over my fingers. Ugh. This is frustrating. I appreciate the guys, the ones that are still here that has stayed with me, and then I also appreciate anybody that tunes in. Really, honestly. Oh, this is the wrong screw. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. That goes with that one. This one's a little smaller. The screws on the narrow foot that I have is a little bigger than the one that is used on the one that came with the machine. And I had them switched. There we go. Does nothing more fun than watching someone change the feet on your sewing machine, right? And I gotta make sure it's centered. I don't want to break another needle. Goodness gracious, we don't want to go through that again. Maybe I should have had it cut out before we started the video. Maybe I should have done that instead of the whole thing. I don't know. Oh, let's see. We're going to do this different. All right, so let's get this sewn together. Get my thread pulled back through here. There we go. All right, so you're going to sew those together like I said, and then what you're going to do is you're going to open up your seam allowance. Oh, okay, Lynn, that's fine. They're different and they're new to me too. I mean, I done one with a little tassel cap, which is similar to that. So, since I already done one, it wasn't, you know, I had already experienced it, I guess I should say. Okay, so you're going to open your seam allowance up, and then you're going to top stitch on both sides. Let me get my top stitching length. I go at a 4.5 on that. So I'm going to open that up, and then I'm going to top stitch both sides of the seam to give that. I like that. I love that top stitch look. I think it always adds to the bag. So let me make sure we're open there. Top stitching is usually always 1/8 of an inch unless the pattern designer does something different. This one is the typical top stitching. So I can take, that's a given. Let's get that going here. Sorry for the little barky Miss Barky. She gets really spastic at night for some reason. All right, so there's your front panel like that. Okay, and then what you're gonna do after you top stitch, you're going to put double-sided tape. You don't have to, but it's it makes it easier to put this on. But you're gonna put some double-sided tape here. But what I will do before I put the double-sided tape is I'm gonna go ahead. She gives you a measurement to mark on here where you're gonna place this at. So I'm gonna go ahead and make my measurement. And I use my pattern piece as a guide. The measurement, yeah, the measurement is actually the width, the seam allowance is what it is. So I'm just going to kind of line that up. I want to make a little mark there so I've got that to guide with. And I'm going to use this pattern piece to make my line to where I'm going to set my little top piece there. So give me a second here. Let me line it up. Make sure I'm lined up correctly with the right seam allowance. You should, I mean, you can measure down too. I think what I'm going to do on the center piece at least, so I know I'm lined up. There's the center there. Okay. It just kind of guides me a little bit, but I'm going to use the piece as my guide to get that curve in my line. Oh. All right. I'm just using a removable, the silver is that removable pen that I'm going to wipe off with the wipe. But don't forget to take it off or it will become permanent, and that you don't want an extra line. So there's, see, it smears. I just dislike these a lot. I need a better one. But see, there's the line that you're going to draw, and it's all over my hands. So I'm going to put a piece of double-sided tape there. I'll wipe it all off here in just a second. That dog. I'm so sorry, you guys. So double-sided tape along the top edge of your bag piece here. The front back part of your bag. Just work with the curve. I'm going to push it down a little bit. I got to watch that goofy silver tape. Once I get my thing set down there, I'm going to take that silver stuff off. It's getting everywhere. Ooh. All right. Remove your double-sided tape. And then you're going to take your, that dog, I'm going to tell you what, the other one she had, Evelyn, the one that just recently passed, she did what she wanted. She didn't care. This puppy, I'm going to tell you what, she's a good dog. I mean, the dog, she's a great walker, where Emmy, the other dog, she was a puller. This dog here, Joy, her name's Joy. She named her Joy. She's a good dog, except for that. I don't know if you hear her or not. But anyway, so I'm placing it on the line like that. And then I'm going to go ahead and take this stuff off because you can see it is everywhere. So I'm just going to sneak up in here and wipe this silver stuff off. It is everywhere before I sew it down. In a minute, my daughter's going to scream. I hope you don't get this. I hope you don't have to experience that. Trying to teach her when to bark and when not to bark. But she does good in her little, she's got her in a little training class, and she does good. She's great with sit, stop, stand, but it's just that barking. I don't know. All right. Woo! All that silver stuff off. All right. So we're going to stitch this down at the top stitch length, the top stitch, everything. So let's go ahead and get this top stitched on. Take your time, go around that curve. Oh, this is so pretty. I don't think I have one of my feet on. I feel like there's one of them shaking, but it's working. This is so pretty. My Johnny B duffel that I made with Kasai's Patreon, I used this print. And I made it with a Thanet's Signature Smooth. What is it called? I forgot what it is. Her Signature Smooth Gray, and with Lauren Mormito's. It's called Black Plastic. Forgot the name of it. Anyways, oh my God, it turned out great. I'm going to post pictures of it, but I'm waiting until we get done with our Patreon so long. It's done already. I finished it. I'm one of these people, I sit down and I got to finish the bag. All right. This is our front panel. Let's see, Evelyn. Queensland Healer Corgi. Huh. I've never heard of that. I think I've heard of, what have I heard of? There is a dog that has something to do with the corgi that I heard, but I can't think of the name of it. And it's like the cutest little tiny dog, but I can't think of the name of it. But this one, and Scotch Collies, they typically are smaller, even though they're bred with the I forgot what they call collies. It's the big ones. Most of them are small, but this one, her mom is small. Her mom's like 40 pounds. Her dad is big. It's a big, on the larger size. And this little dog, she's got the longest legs, and she's like, it's like one of this. It's like she's got to grow into her legs. It's so funny to watch this dog walk. So she's just, and going up and down steps. She does go up and down steps, but she's so funny to watch going up and down steps because her legs are so darn long. And Emmy, her other dog, she was short. She had Basset Hound in her, but she also had Great Dane in her. So she had longer legs. She was still short, but she didn't have like the little stubby Basset Hound legs. And that dog could fly up and down the steps. I'm going to tell you what. Okay, so we're going to do our darts. She starts you at the full seam allowance, and then you go into more of a narrow, and I'm going to mark it so that way I can place my line. So I'm just going to start. You start at the bottom at the full seam allowance, and then when you get to the point of the dart, you're going to go get more narrow into that point. So I'm going to make a mark. I'm just doing a mark like that. I don't think you can see it. There it is. So I'm just going to go in and make that mark so I don't mess up. When I first did this in the tutorial, oops, I'm going backwards here. I started sewing it with, I'm doing it backwards. Oh my Lord. But anyway, I started sewing it at the full seam allowance, and then when I got to the end, I'm like, wait a minute, something's not right. 2, 3 1/4. Well, this wants to keep moving. There we go. Trying to keep it. It keeps. There we go. Sorry, it keeps shifting. All right, so we're going to sew these darts together. You're going to put it right sides together. And then you just kind of sew off when you get to that right here where you narrow down to the more narrow seam allowance. Oh my gosh, 3 dogs. A multi-poo? What's a multi-poo? I think a Pooh Bear. What's a multi-poo? What's that a mixture of, Evelyn? So you're going to sew, but you're going to kind of veer off a little bit with that seam to finish that dart. That point out. I'll show you when I get done. Hopefully you'll be able to see it. I know I have black thread on black vinyl, but you're just going to kind of go out, and then when you get to that end, you're just going to kind of veer off. I think you might be able to see it. So there's my thread right there. I don't know if you can see that or not. It's really, really hard to see. Let's see. Let me find that goofy silver pen. What did I just do with that goofy silver pen? So right here is where my, whoops, there's where my thread ends. So it's kind of veering off, but there's my full seam allowance right there. So I just went at a little diagonal. So we're going to go ahead and do that with this real quick. The back piece is lickety split. Lickety split. I'm going to do this backwards so I can start at the bottom and go in. Since I got my line there, I'll be okay. Just go off that and then veer off. Make sure you back stitch. And then you do trim your seam allowance down on your darts. You're just basically going to cut it in half. I gotta watch where my seam is, my stitching is. There we go. All right. Boop. So there's the front of your bag right there. Isn't that pretty? It is a Maltese and a poodle. Huh. Is it the little dog? So there's the front panel right there. So we're going to get the back panel, back 2 pieces. We're going to do this exactly like we just did on the front, except we don't have that accent at the top. It's a full, just your 2 seams, your 2 straight seams here like that. Stitch them at your seam allowance. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We're going to fly right through this. There you go. Whoop. She can fly. This machine can fly. I find out by accident. She is only, oh, 15. That's a tiny little thing. All right, open the seam allowance, and then we're going to top stitch on both sides, and that will be your back panel. I'm not going to go quite so fast doing this, because this is visible. Boom. All right. There's your back panel. There you go. That's your back panel. So let's get our darts done. We're going to, again, it's just like the front panel. So I'm going to do my markings. I just like doing it this way. It's just so much, especially because, like I said, because I'm wanting to do that full seam allowance and not even think twice about, let's see, I gotta get my brain to work. There's that, and then there's that. There we go, and then that. I gotta make sure it goes angle it the right way. Okay, so these darts. Lynn, I hope you're doing okay with that, with your bag. I appreciate you sewing along. I hope you can stick out to the end. Quite honestly, once we get these darts done, we are sewing we're sewing the zipper on. Once we get the darts done, we attach the zipper. Let's get my page. Yep. Zipper is next. I thought about trying to figure out a way to birth this bag, but I don't know. I'd have to mess with it. Because I'm sure she designed it the way she did for a reason. And I'm not an actual bag designer. I'm like more like one of those ones that just take it and mess with it a little bit. Like her Aurora bag. I ended up doing a zipper placket instead of putting the zipper right into the curve because I could not make it work. Oh, I'm sorry, Lynn. Whereabouts are you? If you need any help, just let me know. Okay, so darts are sewn there like that. So there's your back panel, all sewn together. So let's grab our zipper. I haven't done my zipper yet. Let me get my length of my zipper and get that cut. I didn't cut that. Let me get my page. Zipper, zipper, zipper. Zipper, zipper, zipper. Where are you at? Okay. Uh-oh. Hate when someone steals your stuff. I forgot to put on my label. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I do that all the time. I went so long without labels, and when I finally got my labels, I need to get the metal ones, but I can't afford to do that whole big thing that they do. All right, I'm going to do that real quick myself. All right, I'm going to put it in the back. And I think I'm going up 2 inches. I'm going to go up 2 inches from the bottom, and I'm going to put it in the back at the bottom. 2 inches from the bottom. I'm centering it. Boom. Ah, look at that. That's cute. So I'm going to get this sewn on real fast. And then we'll do the zipper. I just have the cork ones from Heartwood and Hide. Like I was just saying, I don't have the I would like to get the metal ones, but what you got to do to get them, you got to like spend so much. And I know there's a certain, I don't know all the details, but I know you got, it's like a minimum of $100 or something. But then you got to these work for me right now. I'm satisfied with what I got from Heartwood and Hide, the little cork tags. All right, so I'm gonna pull my threads through. Whoops, is that the wrong? That's the wrong one. I didn't hold on to my thread. That's not the right one. What did I do? Oh, wait a minute, there it is. I usually hold on to my threads, and I didn't that time. Tie this off real fast. And then we're going to do our zipper. All right. Thanks for reminding me. So let's get my zipper. I usually cut my zipper a little longer. I like that little extra on my zipper tail because I like when I get into a bag, I like to be able to open my bag wide. So I always go a little extra, and then I'll cut. If I have to snip off an inch or something, that's fine. I'd rather have that because I've got a bag that I made. I love the bag to pieces, but I did the zipper the exact length that they tell you, and then when I get into the bag, it's stupid zipper gets in my way, and I wish it was like a little longer where I could keep it out of the way. And anyway, so I just like to cut it just a longer. I need to straighten that up. Okay, cut it a little longer than I should. Okay, so let me go ahead and singe the ends. Okay, and I don't put my zipper on until the very last minute. I'm not all right, so we're going to do the little 90-degree turn. So she tells you to go down. I usually go down a 1/2 inch, but she tells you to go down a full inch. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I just put little tiny marks off to the side. And I do stitch mine. I don't do like a burn, a melt or whatever. That does not work for me. So I'm going to get my needles. I've got a couple bent stick pins that I use on this to do this because I will sew over these little stick pins. But these are so skinny that I hardly ever hit the pins. And I say hardly ever because if I tell you I never, then I will, and that will be embarrassing. So I've already embarrassed myself enough tonight. There we go. About to lose another stick pin down in the oil pan. Oh, got it. About to lose that down in the oil pan. There's like 5 stick pins down in that oil pan. There we go. And when you do this, make sure, even though you're measuring the inch down, make sure that these, when you like hold them together, they match pretty well. This one needs to go up just a tad bit. Because if they don't match, then when you close your bag, it'll be like off and it won't look right. Obviously, it won't be nice smooth. So let me do this. There we go. I always try to do stuff with my left hand. When I was younger, I used to try to teach myself how to write with my left hand. My grandma was left-handed, and I'm not ambidextrous, but I do sometimes try. Okay, so there you go. There's your things. And then I'm going to trim these off and straighten them up. Oops. That flew across the room. This one is a little crooked. I'm just making sure it's straight. There we go. So you want to straighten them up like that. Of course, you want to singe them again. Just make sure when, don't start fires. Make sure when you do your stitching, I mean, you want to stay in the seam allowance, but don't go so close to the edge. When you trim it and clean them up, you cut into your stitching, because I've done that and I've had to redo it because I got too close. Alrighty, now we're going to put double-sided tape a certain length. She gives you how far you need to go down with your double-sided tape. So you're going to put your double-sided tape down a specific number, and I'm going to measure with my ruler. There's that. I'm going to lay it down just below where I'm going to put the tape. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 5. There you go. So I'm going to set my tape down and measure it out. It's shifting just a tad bit, so give me a quick second. There we go. And then you're going to stop your tape. So you're not going to go all the way down. You're going to go a certain measurement. It's hard to see with the white on white, but you're going to stop, and you will have some that does not have double-sided tape, because that's basically where you're going to stop on your bag when you sew. So you've got where your tail comes out at the end of the bag, since you're sewing your zipper right on the bag. You're not like, it's not like a zipper pocket or anything. I'm just going to measure this. Look, that eyeball it. There we go. So I got my double-sided tape on both sides. And now, let's see. Oh, I don't know if that makes a difference, if you can see that or not. Okay, so now you're going to separate your zipper. Now I am going to mark which side, the way I do my zippers, which side is the, where the tooth is the highest point. So I'm going to do it this one. All right, I'm just making a little mark on the end to where the tooth is, that I know where to start when I put my zipper on. So you're going to separate your zipper. Grab one of your pieces. I'm going to start with the front. And then there are measurements, and I need to go back again. I did it again. I need to go back to page 10, because she gives you measurements on page 10 to mark on your bag. So that's where you're going to place your zipper. So I'm going to make my mark. There we go. That's right. I'm just going to make a mark here, and then they are two different measurements, so pay attention to what your measurements are. Ooh, that's going to be right on the print. I hope I can see that. I should be able to. All right. I'm going to carry it through to the other side too. There we go. I think I need to put it on my zipper tape. That's what I did the last time. So you want to put your zipper teeth down, start it with the line that you first put on here. Let me get my backing off. Oh, it's not wanting to come off right. Let's turn on this end. There we go. Face it down, wrong side right sides together, I guess you could say. Start it with your zipper teeth and then just go down your raw edge like that. And then you should, the double-sided tape should stop where that is. Mine does go a little further down, which is fine. I will just have to remove it. But I'm going to carry, me personally, I'm going to carry this mark that we put on the back of the bag that we put here. I'm carrying it onto the back of my zipper tape. Just a smidgen. Oh, thank you, Evelyn. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, didn't you? I think you mentioned that that's Cassius thing. I do remember you saying that, and that's. I mean, I don't have tendonitis. I haven't had tendonitis, but I had carpal tunnel. I had it for years, and I also had what they called it's the ulnar nerve. I had cubital tunnel. I've had surgery on both of my elbows, both of my hands. This one is way worse because I had an infection after I had carpal tunnel. So this one, I was healed within 2 weeks. I mean, it was nothing. But then when I went and had my left hand done, I ended up with an infection. And I'd rather given birth to 15 more kids than that pain that infection was in my hand. I still have problems because he had to go back in and clean out the infection of my hand. So my scar is like this big on my hand, where this one is just really small. But yeah, but this one, I mean, I had no problem because this was done at the same time. But anyway, I know what it's like to want to do something and not be able to when it comes to sewing, because it was I just come down here and just sort through stuff, except when I had the infection. I ended up in the hospital with that infection because I had to get IV antibiotics. Not fun. First time in my life. First time in my life. Okay. We are going to sew the zipper on. She gives you in the pattern option of the basting or the sewing on of the zipper. I would go, I'm going to tell you, because she gives you two options. I would go the 1/4 of an inch, because when you put your lining in, that'll guide you a little bit of where to fold, to put your zipper up. And I'm telling you, I mean, it's hard to show you now because it's not on yet, but I would go the full 1/4 of an inch versus the other measurement that she gives you, because I think that might be a little too much, I'm thinking, because I actually went less than what she's recommended, and I think it didn't give me difficulties, but I think it would have been easier to do the zipper, to do the lining. But anyway, so I'm going to do the 1/4 inch measurement, that back stitch, and I'm just going to do the full 1/4 inch. Just try to make sure your zipper is on straight and you are consistent straight with your zipper. Try not to, and then make sure you stop at that point. That's why I carried it onto my zipper. Make sure you stop because you're not going to sew to the very end. So you're going to stop at that point that she gives you. Okay? That's one zipper. And you're going to do the same thing to the other, to the back of the bag, except when you make your measurements on this piece, it's going to be the opposite of what you did on this side. Like this is one measurement, and that's that measurement's different than this one. Now on the front of your bag, you're going to do that measurement on this side, the left side, and then what's on the right side on the front is going to be on the left side of the back. I hope that makes sense. I did, Evelyn, with this foot that came with this machine. I can do it, especially with the zipper being separated like that. Sometimes I just kind of hold my piece in. I just have to hold my piece sometimes when I have, but usually I can do it. I can get by with it. I think it's because I dislike my zipper foot so much, I make it work. I forgot to make my measurements. I removed my tape. Let me make my measurements real quick. But yeah, I do. Let's see, this is the end. And this is, there we go. And then you're gonna do your 90-degree turn on this side of the bag. So, because when you put your pieces together, obviously when you put them together, wrong sides together, when you flip them, they're gonna be, I guess you could say mirrored. So I'm just gonna work this on, just again, try to keep it straight as you can, because that does make a huge difference in the way your zipper looks. And this should end, your zipper tape should end where your line is. And again, I'm just carrying that line onto my zipper tape so I know where to stop. All right. Sometimes I just rest it on the teeth and it works. But this has a good adjustment, height. Whoops, don't go too fast. That's when I start swerving. And it gives me that wave in my zipper. Yeah, if you're not consistent with your seam allowance, you get that awful wave. All right, boom, boom. Get that off. So there's your zippers. Zippers are on the bags like that. And then what you're going to want to do is you are going to want to test your zipper. So go ahead and put them wrong sides together. Just do a zipper test. Well, actually, I mean, you can sew them together with the zipper on as well. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So where's my zipper at? I gotta find my zipper pull. There we go. All right, so let's get the zipper on. Again, I marked what side I should start with my tooth. So as long as I keep it consistent and make sure. My there we go. Oops, one tooth off. There we go. And Ellana, I see you talking about jelly roll rugs. I have all of the makings to make a jelly roll rug. When those first came out, I thought those were the most awesome things. I made me a quilt with, oh golly, I can't, Riddle is her last name, right? Oh my gosh, I cannot forget her. I cannot believe I forgot her name. Anyways, I made me a quilt for my bed with, it's Acorn something is the name of her business. But anyways, beautiful, beautiful bed, quilt for my bed. So I decided I wanted to make a jelly roll rug to put like at the end of my bed, on, you know, on the floor at the end of my bed for like an accent. I've got the batting, the 1/4-inch batting. I've got the tool, because they came out with that tool to do the fold over and you just feed it through. I've got that. I've even got the jelly rolls I've had for years. And never made my jelly roll rug. Never did. I will someday, right? Like all my quilt kits that I have. I'm not even going there. I need to sell them. I just can't part with them. I need to sell them to good homes. There we go. So it's all matched up. The end looks good. So right sides together, we're going to sew this bag. Make sure, of course, you put this out of, get this out of the way. So I'm just gonna flip it back. Boom. We're gonna put our right sides together, sew up the bag. Remember, no gusset. Where are we at? 9:30. So guys, we had this at 3 hours. I appreciate the ones that are sticking with me. I love it. I do see some thumbs up in there. I appreciate that as well. If you haven't and you don't mind to give me a thumbs up, I'd appreciate it. That will help me out. I'm still a small fry in the YouTube world. I've not become a I've not become a YouTube sensation. I'm not monetized at this point because I'm still small potatoes, which is fine. I would like to build this up a little bit for my, this would be my, hopefully, you know, build it up a little bit too when I retire. I can do this for fun. But anyway, if you're not a subscriber and you want to become a subscriber, obviously, I would love that. I've recorded it. I've got her candy bag with the front pocket. I've got that recorded. I've got it edit it. And I'm going to tell you what, I am terrible with editing. I hate it. I do. And I know that's part of the, doing YouTube. I'm checking my seam allowance. Okay. So we're going to sew this together at the seam allowance that she gives. But anyways, but I'm telling you what, editing is just blah. Blah, blah. And these people that do this for a living, and they got, that's tough stuff. Now, there's a lot of them, though, a lot of YouTubers that I watch. They have people who do their editing for them, which is great. But I do it all, which is fine. I mean, you got to start somewhere, right? And honestly, why I even started this YouTube page was so I could show my bags that I sell, like in detail. I wanted to have I thought it would be a great platform where I could show the details of a bag. Look, my hair is in the way. Ugh, it's like having hair in your food. What? But, anyways, that's how I got started. I just wanted to show my bags, and when the ones I'm selling, so people can see them in detail rather than just pictures of them. I just thought it was fun, and then I started doing more stuff. Alrighty. That is the way I put together the Fiona bag. Yes, Evelyn, it is, and I'm thinking Flipa. There's a bag that Shambhala has, is it Flipa? It doesn't have a gusset, and it's got that accent piece at the bottom. I've made several of those. I sold some of those at a show, a few of them. I've made like 5 of them. I think I only have 2 left. With the corduroy from Zipper Valley, I really like that bag. So we're going to trim my seam allowance. You're just trimming it in half. Just eliminate the bulk. Just stop about a 1 inch from the top. I'm just kind of stopping actually where the that little trim piece is. I just stop where that meets. So trim that down. Let's turn it right side out. Boom. So we're going to, oh, I didn't unzip it, but this is easy. All right, I'm going to put a clip down here. So when I unzip it, I don't lose my zipper. Well, it doesn't matter. I can put it back on, but. So we're going to turn it right side out. It's very easy to turn, honestly. It's because it's got a nice wide, it's not like birth in a bag. So, and it's a small bag, so you don't have to do it. I just can't, I have to use my fist to turn a bag. My mom keeps asking me, how do you do bags with their hands the way they look? I'm like, thanks, Mom. I appreciate that. I know they look bad, but just, I don't know. Some things I can't do with my hands and some things I can. It just depends. I did forget to mention, when you clip your bag together to sew it together, make sure your darts match. I apologize, I didn't mention that. Just make sure your darts match and your little center points match. If they're a little off, you won't notice it. I think one of my darts is just a smidgen off. Yeah, one of my darts is just a tiny bit off. But anyway, oh, that's such a pretty bag. Look at that. Just kind of smooth it out a little bit. The darts pushed out. Like I say, for a small bag, it's nice and roomy because of the darts. Oh, that's so pretty. Boom. Look at that. Okay, now we are going to put our, oh, I got to flip this before I zip it up. We are going to put our little strap connectors on. So you're going to grab your two little tiny strap connector pieces. Boom. Oh, I can't reach. Your little strap connector pieces like that. A little bit of double-sided tape. I'm going to use this. And my centers, I marked my centers when I cut it out, when I cut these pieces out. So my centers are already marked. So you're going to mark your centers. There's some double-sided tape there in the center. And then you're going to fold these in to the center. The long edges to the center. You're going to fold it in. And you can meet these because you're not, so you can meet them, they touch. Let me rephrase that. Make sure your long edges touch each other. You're not leaving a gap in between because you're not folding them over. You're literally just making the tiniest little strap connector. My stuff keeps missing my box. I have like a little box that I have sitting here on the floor. It's like one of those post office box. I think it's actually a box that I got. Oh, well, when I got, yes, my interfacing, my Decaville, it's one of these. I keep it down here on the floor to catch my garbage, and 9 times out of 10 I miss it. There you go. See, there's that. All right, let's get our D-rings. Again, it's a 1/2 inch D-rings is what you use on this. So get that. Slip them on. I'm going to baste these shut. She doesn't tell you to baste them shut, but I'm going to. That way, I don't have to worry about them separating or anything or coming apart. So I'm just going to baste these real quick on the ends just to hold them shut when I put them on the ends of my bag. These are such cute little. Now she has you matching this up. I'll show you what in a second here. I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay. Again, this is just a little extra step here because I would rather have them matching or held shut. Now, since I'm running on double-sided tape, I don't want to use any of it right now. I don't have to. Get these little threads off. Okay. So, what you're going to do is you're going to go to your to the sides here. You're going to open up your seam allowance. Okay, let me get these threads out of the way. Okay, and then you're going to take your little D-ring. Thank you, Evelyn. Take your D-ring, and you're going to look at the center because where you folded it, and you're going to match this to the center like that. Now, she has you meeting it flush with that. I am going to stick it up just about an eighth-ish up. Because on the other one, and it's over there, I can't grab it, but on the other one, it's, I don't know, it's kind of sticks up a little too much for me. So I'm gonna stick this out just a tad bit, like that. See, I'm just sticking it up just a tad bit. And I think I like that better too, to have that little bit. And you're just gonna baste these on right now. So just sew them out about 1/8 of an inch. Again, make sure your seam allowance is open in your bag and try to keep them centered so they don't shift. I usually kind of start in the middle. There we go. When it's got bulk like that. I'll show you here. And I did not hold on to that bobbin thread. It kind of got me a rat's nest. So see how I did that? Again, she has you do it flush, but I just wanted to stick a little bit up over there. That was something that I wanted to do. And just baste it on about 1/8 of an inch. I'm going to do the other side. Let me get this zipper out of the way. I'm going to take my zipper pull back off. Yeah, I'm going to take my zipper pull back off, guys. I just need to get this where I can do this better. And I'm just going to just stick it up about an eighth-ish up, centered to your bag. All right. I don't want to lose that zipper pull, so I'm going to put that there. Thank goodness this is soft vinyl. This makes it easy to get this on, maybe. If I can open it up, there we go. Make sure my zipper stays out of the way. There we go. I just made a bag. Actually, I made it for myself, a new computer bag. What do I need a computer bag for? I don't go in the office anymore, but anyway, I can't get this. There we go. It keeps it when the D-rings get caught on the teeth of my machine. Okay, but anyways, it's the Amara. I seen it. I think somebody posted it on Kasaya's Facebook page. I made one. I made that bag so stiff. Thank goodness it's a drop-in lining. I never would have been able to turn it. I made that bag so stiff. It is ridiculous. Ridiculous stiff. I don't know why I did it, but I like it. I love the bag. Anyway, there you go. Who said hi? Oh, okay. All right, Jacqueline. Just make sure if you want to. I mean, that's up to you. If you click on the link in my, I'll put it in this one on the live, but I also put it in my regular tutorial of this. Click on that link. I mean, I would appreciate it. That would help me out a tiny bit. But if you buy it before Sunday, Jacqueline, it's 20% off. So if you have the opportunity to buy it, then you'll get 20% off her patterns. So just wanted to let you know that. Don't want to lose out on that. I mean, it's a few bucks, but still, I'm telling you, even a couple bucks, saving a couple bucks on a pattern. And I don't blame the pattern. Honestly, I don't blame pattern designers on what they charge for their patterns, because I'm not a pattern designer. I'd like to be one, but some of the things they come up with, especially Ellana, she comes up with some for like her candy bag and stuff, and the way you figure things out blows my mind. All right, lining time. Guys, I'm sorry it's taken so long to do this. Oh, this bag really doesn't take this long to make, honestly. But I'm chit-chatting, right? Double-sided tape on the sides of the pocket where you made your lines, and you're going to fold it in to the lines. This is my favorite way of making a slip pocket in a bag, even if, unless, except for the candy bag, because that's really cool, the way she does her pocket in the candy bag. But the, if they call for, like, you know, you turn your, do the little, sew it and then flip, turn it out, I don't like that way. I hate the way the corners look on those pockets. And when I first seen this, I love the way it does it. You can make a nice clean edge. Look at that. That's pretty. And then I just usually come up, I just usually do a little straightener. I'm gonna go grab me a tag real quick. Hold on just a second. Well, I could use it's embarrassing because I did do a lot of stuff that's embarrassing, but I still like this one. It's just so cute. That's so cute. I didn't mean that. That was, say that again. But anyways, let's put this on in there. This is cute. We'll put that in the slip pocket. Not in it, but you know what I mean. We'll sneak it right there on the side. It's just so cute. All right. Grab my trim piece, slip pocket trim piece. Let's throw some tape on that real quick. This black and purple looks so nice together. I did a moonwake bag. Lavender and twine moonwake. I've made 4 of those bags. I love that bag. I'm gonna make another one someday. But anyways, I made it with the Mora charcoal faux leather, and I used Kasaya's Purple Rain thread on it. Oh, turned out really, really good. Really good. It was pretty. All right, you're going to put your pocket just below the line, not on the line. Make sure you stay below the line, because when you fold this over, of course, you need that little bit of space to make up for that whatever. I don't know what to say. Oh goodness. Boom. So there is your piece. You could have put double-sided tape at the top to hold the pocket shut. I could have basted it. It's fine. And then we're going to top stitch it. Now I like to do the double stitch on my slip pockets. I'll go 1/8 up from the bottom and then 1/8 down from the top. I just like that look. I do like a double stitch look. Sometimes I don't do it because I'm afraid that it shows up my mistakes, my line. It's like wavy. And if you double stitch it sometimes, it'll show up that little wave with the double, and I won't do it. Not a lot, but this is fine because this is inside your bag. So there's my slip pocket. I'm going to trim up there, clean that edge up, just because I like that little extra there to straighten it out. And then I'm going to grab my lining. We're going to sew our pocket on. I got a mess to clean up tomorrow. We're going to sew our pocket on before we do our darts on our lining. So I'm going to mark my centers of my lining. Trying to get her done. I appreciate you guys. I really do. You guys are awesome. I mean, really awesome. Just getting all my centers marked while I'm at it. I don't need, the back one, I'm just going ahead and marking it on the other piece. Okay, so let's see how far down we put this on the bag. Okay, I see, I see. Okay. I'm not going to make lines. I pretty much just lay my ruler down. And then just go from there. She's got make lines and bloody. I don't do that. I just mark it with my ruler and lay it down. Oh, I'm going to need this with this Smoothie Smooth. Definitely need to throw a little. When you're putting Smoothie Smooth together and matching it up, you're definitely going to need something just to hold it still. So I'm just going to use just a tiniest little bit to hold it still, because it will slide. Oops, oops, oops. Ah, pulled the whole thing off. All right. Make sure my line's still there. Find my center again. I'm just going to lay it down up against the ruler, because my ruler is straight with the top. Boom. Now this pocket is a small pocket, so I am not going to divide it. It's actually big enough where you can just drop a phone in. So I'm going to go ahead and stitch this. I'm going to keep with my black thread. I think that will look fine, especially since I used black trim. And just stitch it on at 1/8. Okay. Boom. Uh-oh, I think I'm going bald. There we go. I need to go back just a tiniest little bit. There we go. Alrighty. Doop and doop. There you go. Again, I'm just going to leave it without a center pocket because it's of the size. It's nice, cute. All right, we're going to do our darts, and we're going to do the darts on the lining exactly like we did with the exterior. Let me find that nasty pen. Where is, I hope it's not touching my bag. Okay. So let's do the dart markings. All right. That. I don't know why I do it this way. I'm so goofy. I can't ever do this right. Doot and doot. 1, 2. Okay. That's marked. Let me mark the other piece too. We're going our darts. After we do our darts, we are going to sew these pieces together. And then guess what? Woo! You're going to be like, thank goodness she's finally getting it done. Finally. But honestly, thinking about it, if you think about it, it's except for me yip yapping, it's not really taking that long. Because when I did the tutorial, I recorded that tutorial Sunday, I had 2.5 hours of recording, and that was sewing the bag, and that was like non-stop recording. I didn't like pause it. I didn't get up. I didn't even get up out of my stinking chair for that whole 2.5 hours when I sewed the bag. The only thing that I didn't do in that tutorial was the crossbody strap. I didn't do a crossbody strap, which that doesn't take very long. I need to make my stitch length a little bit smaller. So we're doing our darts now. All 4 darts on your lining. Again, trim your seam allowances down in half. husband's probably thinking, my gosh, she's still on that video. I wonder if he tuned in. When I did the live the last time, he said he was actually on it for a couple of minutes. Watched it for a couple of minutes from the other room because he was upstairs in bed. I think he was actually in bed. And I said, well, you should have commented. And he would have said something goofy. I know he would have. That's fine, right? Oh, thank you so much, Ellana. I appreciate it. It's like, again, it's like lives, they make me nervous. I love doing them, but they kind of make me nervous because I'm afraid. It's like I can love to show people a final product of a bag, but I tell you what, sometimes it's like getting there. Like breaking needles, dropping things on the floor. What else did I do? Stab my hand. Where's my water? I need a drink of water. That's what I need. Oops. Oops. It's messing up a little bit. There we go. Oops, don't get too close. There we go. All righty. Dare I say, are we in the home stretch? We're getting close to a home stretch. We're not quite there, but we are getting close. Getting close. If I can get our darts to behave. I love this Smoothie Smooth. I used, when I started making bags, my first bags, if anybody cares, when I first started sewing bags, so how I started sewing bags, I wanted to make myself a purse because I didn't like any of the purses that the stores had. I didn't like nothing. So I was trying to design my own purse. Never had any kind of bag making experience at all. And I didn't have I didn't even have a sewing machine, so to speak. What I had was, my mom had given to my daughter her Singer. It's 1950 something Singer sewing machine. It was in the thing and everything. She gave that to my daughter. So I would use that every now and again. But me and the bobbin didn't get along, so I stopped using it. I hand sewed me a purse, and I didn't like it when I did it. But see, again, I have no experience at all whatsoever. Oh, I don't, Lynn, one thing about me that I don't swear. Honest to goodness, I have never, I can't say never. I think I might have said a couple of words in my day. But I'm not a swearer. I do not do that. Never have. And I used to place to work 30, it's a, no, Linda, it is a 1541S is what it is. It's the one that's a little more I would say aggressive than the 1181. This thing could sew through a lot. A lot. Double-sided tape, it chews through double-sided tape. I love this machine. But anyway, yeah, no, I'm not a, just never really have. I'm kind of, if anybody watches, Keziah and Susan, I'm more of the Susan type person. I don't swear, and I don't drink. Just thought I'd just throw that out there. Just never done it. All right, let's get our lining sewn together. And you don't increase, actually your lining is sewn at the regular seam allowance. You do not need to increase the lining. So I'm just going to go around the curves, just be careful. Like sewing around a curve on this is awesome because you don't have that gusset that you have to worry about. Just make sure, just keep your darts lined up. What was I talking about? I forgot what I was talking about. Yeah. Oh, my bags. So yeah, I tried to make my own bags and design my own bags before I even knew anything about bag making. Oops, I need to fix that one. I got a little skinny on that little part there. And then I started doing by Annie bags. Actually, what I carry on vacation is the by Annie. It's like I forgot what it's called. It's one of her by Annie traveling bags. Like, I still use that, but I got my new bag now, my Johnny B. That bag's awesome. I love that bag. When the pattern came out, I need to fix this real quick. My seam allowance got a little narrow. There we go. I need to go take it on a trip. All right. So, again, we're going to trim our seam allowances. How long have I been sewing? Well, with the sewing machine, I did stuff by hand before. I was younger. When I was first married, my mother-in-law, she was a hand sewer. She would make like pillows, pillow shams, little stuffed things like you buy. I would sit and sew with her sometimes. But sewing machine, let me think. 11 years maybe? I mean, I took home ec in school. That's when we had home ec. Yes, ultimate travel bag, Evelyn. Yes. That's what I carry when I go on vacation, is the ultimate travel bag. That was my first big bag, and I sewed that on my domestic, and it was a Walmart Singer sewing machine. That was personally my first sewing machine. My husband bought it for me. It was like $100, I think, because me and my mom's Singer didn't get along, and so he bought that for me. And that's when I sewed that bag on there. And I'm going to tell you what, I don't know how that machine didn't break. I just don't know how it didn't break. It was, I pushed it. I pushed it to its limits. Okay, so because this is a drop-in lining, we're going to go in and we're going to make some marks on our lining. So I'm just going to go in and mark my, a line for the drop-in, for the fold-over, I should say. I just got, it'd probably be easier to do this before you sew it together, but because that pocket kind of gets in the way a little bit. Making sure I get it right. There we go. So I'm going to go in. I'm just drawing this line here at the seam allowance that she gives. But yeah, I started sewing. Yeah, I did. Like I said, I made those bags trying to make my own purse by hand, by sewing it by hand, which that was just the awful looking thing. But I decided, yes, they are, Evelyn. My mom and dad's 50th anniversary, for some strange reason, out of the blue, I decided to make my parents a quilt for their 50th anniversary. This was, they were married in 63. Yeah, they were married in 63. No, I lied. 62. My sister was born in 63. They were married in 61. My mom graduated from high school. Yes, in 61. They were married at the end of the year in 61. And so, with our 50th anniversary, however long ago that was, I decided to make a quilt. And it was just like what they would call a brick quilt. I went to Joann's, bought just a bunch of fat quarters and cut them out and and it wasn't supposed to be that big. Its thing was huge. But see, I didn't, it was just a whim, honest to goodness. I mean, I had sewn in home ec, so I knew, whatever. And I sewed it on that Goofy Singer, and I got hooked to quilting. I absolutely love piecing quilts. I love making bags too. I think I love making bags more than piecing quilts, obviously. But I started doing that. That's how I started sewing. And that, like I say, I don't even remember how long ago it was. I think they would have celebrated their 60th a year or two ago. What is this, 2025? No, it had been a few years ago. But sadly, Dad passed, I don't know, a couple years after their 50th. He had fought cancer when he was in his late 50s, survived, and he had an aggressive form of cancer, and they got it just in time, and he was fine. And then had to have open heart surgery when he was, my dad was a healthy man. I mean, he was a fit man, a healthy man. He did smoke for a long time, very long time. And that was what he had, was lung cancer. They caught it like really weird. But anyways, the way they caught it was just strange. But anyways, he just got tired. His back, he had something wrong with his back. They couldn't operate because he had to have open heart surgery. That's what I was getting at. When he was 70, maybe. Came through that fine, not a problem. But he was told, because he had the kind of cancer, what is it? Not single. I forgot what it was called. It was like a very aggressive form of cancer. And if they hadn't caught it when they did, he would have died quickly. I mean, they literally caught it right when it was starting. But anyway, because of the cancer and everything, they told him that they could never operate on him again, because they could not crack him open, or it would mess him up. It was some cancer thing. So his back, he could not have surgery on his back. And he lost the ability to walk because of his back. And I say he just got tired. That's what I say. I still miss him. He was a man, had a very rough childhood, and he had a first marriage that was very bad. And when he met Mom, they had us girls. He had a son by his first marriage. But anyways, it was not a good life. I mean, when he met Mom, that's when just not because she's my mom and he's my dad, but he was a troubled youth. Okay. And he done wonderful in his life for that. But anyways, I do miss him. So, we're going to drop in the lining. But first, what I'm going to do, to make it easier for me, just after I make the first bag, you're going to take your zipper and you're going to take your zipper, see it like that, and you're going to fold it down. And this is, you're going to go, it's going to be, like if you make a half inch from the top. So That's why I say to go to 1/4 of an inch, so you know when you fold this down here at the 1/4 of an inch here, you're making the 1/2 inch mark here, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. So when you fold it down, now you're going to drop in your lining, and then you're going to sew along your bag with your lining touching this. But what I'm going to do is I am going to put some double-sided tape on the back side of this to hold this down so it doesn't pucker or move. Because I did have an issue when I got down here to the back on my other one, it came up a little bit. So I want to avoid that when I sew this in. So I'm going to throw a little bit of double-sided tape just to hold it. And this is the part where I say you need to really be familiar with zippers, because it will help you in this step. I really think so. But you also got to be able to, I mean, if you do double-sided tape like I am, you got to make sure your machine can handle this double-sided tape. My domestic that I was using, the Ellana that I still use her. She despises double-sided tape, and we would get into fights over it. Big fights. All right. All right. You guys, we are officially in the home stretch. Officially in the home stretch. Again, this is just an extra step that I'm doing, but this, I think this will help with the holding the zipper down and keeping the zipper. See how I'm folding this down like that? Can you? I think you can see. And it just kind of, like I say, it just kind of helps hold that down. This is just something I thought of when I made the other bag. Makes it so much faster. Make sure where your little 90-degree turn is on your zipper, make sure that goes down there and that doesn't flip up. There we go. There we go. Let me fix this. This needs to be a little more aggressive on this right here. It doesn't want to lay flat. I'm going to grab my little roller to roll this down. To kind of get that tape to stick. I do really think this is a good idea, personally. Maybe because I thought of it. I don't know. Just want to make sure, and this is, again, this is where you want to make sure your fold is good where your strap ends are. Now, you could, if you wanted to, if you don't like them strap ends there, which if you've got problems with your machine and the strap ends, you could, if you want, just put them on the outside. I mean, you honestly, you could take the strap ends, do like, I can't find a piece, something to show you with. I'll pretend with the zipper. You could do the strap ends where, let's pretend like this is a strap end. If you want to do it on the exterior, you would just fold the bottom part here of the strap end and then kind of meet it like that with your D-ring in the middle, like that. You've seen that on some of the bags, but they kind of like meet together and then have your D-ring, and then you could sew it on the outside, that if you're worried about bulk right there. That's just the thought. All right, guys, we are dropping in the lining. I am gonna also, yes, more tape. My order is coming Monday from Lilac. So I've got to work on bags this weekend that don't require tape, which I've got a bunch of aspen crossbodies cut and ready to go. But when I do the zippers, I don't need tape, double-sided tape, because I'm just using the little YKK zippers for those. So I should be able to make those up. I got to get them made for my craft. I got a bunch of craft fairs this fall. A bunch. All right. Whoop, whoop, and whoop. Now I'm putting my pocket in the back of the bag because that's the only pocket. So I'm going to put it where the pocket, slip pocket goes into the back. So I'm going to drop her down in there. Now, I could put clips here to hold it, but the clips, these little clips will not, I mean, it kind of bunches the zipper a little bit. If my tape is sticky enough and sticks well, I should be able to not need to clip this. Otherwise, you definitely want to clip the bag. I might have to clip at least the end. I need to clip the zippers out of the way. These zippers keep getting in my way. But I'm going to clip here. Number one, like I said, to keep that zipper out of the way. And number two, because of that little D-ring there. Ooh, this is such a cute little bag. I got me a craft fair bag. Woohoo! Yeah, I've got, and then you're going to put your lining, line it up where it's just above your basting tape. That's why I don't want to go to the bigger one that she suggests, because you're going to pull it up really high. And I don't like doing a full, like, I don't want to do a 3/8 seam allowance on my lining to my zipper. Just pull it up over your basting line. Yeah, I got a thread that wants to peek out. There we go. Doot. Oops. So I'm just making sure that's a good idea to use that tape. Ooh. All right, I gotta fix this side a little bit. Good idea. I mean, I do like the double-sided tape. I'm not gonna lie. It's a game changer sometimes. Let's see. Delphina, I have a 1541S. It's the higher up. There's an 1181 in and then a 1541. I got the 1541, which is a little higher up because it's like for, I don't do leather, but if I ever wanted to, this would handle the leather better than the 1181, which I'm not saying an 1181 wouldn't be able to. But I have the 1541S. I love it. Like I said, it just runs, it zooms through double-sided tape. I just figured since I was going to buy another machine, I wanted to make sure I got one that won't outgrow me. I just got to get it paid off before I get, before I get interest charged. I bought it from Juki Junkies. They have great videos out there. Great videos on their machines, the difference between the two and what one can do, what the other one can do, if you're looking that way. And they're easy to reach. I mean, I had a problem with it when I first bought it, and Dave, their son, I mean, great kid. He helped me through stuff. I mean, we did like a little video thing to figure out what was wrong with it when I first bought it, and it was the way it was, whoever, the warehouse where it came from, it had issues. And, Evelyn, what are you clipping? Well, I'm just clipping the ends here where the zipper and the D-rings are, ends and stops, just to hold that. But because I used double-sided tape, I'm just trying to keep the zipper out of the way too. Because I used double-sided tape, I don't need to clip that. That's holding really well. I like that I like that better. I think that'll keep me from having a wavy zipper. So, there's your lining in your bag. It's different. Again, you just need to know, you just need to be familiar with zippers to do this. So, I'm going to stitch this, but I'm going to sew it lining side up where my exterior is in my bobbin thread is going to be my exterior thread. I'm comfortable doing it that way because I have good tension on my bobbin thread. I don't mess with the tension on this bobbin thread. I won't touch it because it's set really well to the vinyl. If I have to use it because it's a flatbed. So I'm going to start in the back here of the bag because I'm going to back stitch rather than pull my threads through. So I'm going to do that. I'm just going to start over here on the side and just work through it. Plus the clips get in my way sometimes too. So I'm going to stitch this way. Basically, you just want to make sure that your lining covers, again, your zipper. And I'm going to go just a hair more than the 1/8. I mean, I'm talking just barely more than the 1/8. That'll ensure that I cover the exterior and the lining, because my lining, I think, is just a smidgen above. Oh, that's good. So, did you recently buy it, Evelyn? Because, I mean, I'd like to have a cylinder arm, honestly. I mean, I got to get this thing paid off, and I have really no room for a cylinder arm. But I would love to get a cylinder arm. It's just kind of, I need to increase my stitch length too. It's just not something that I can do right now. But man, when I do the swag dash in September, I'm excited to use the cylinder arm because they're bringing a cylinder arm. They have Danny's got a cylinder arm, and then they have the flatbeds. I forgot what the brand what she has, but I'm excited to use the cylinder arm. I do want to really try that cylinder arm. I think it's Conso's or something like that. I don't know. When you get to where your zipper tail is, be very careful that that is pulled out of the way. I'm just going to pull this, just make sure it's, oops, got a little quick on that. Gotta watch my, there we go. And my zipper's getting in the way, so I gotta get that out. Just make sure your little zipper tails. All right, now we're getting to the front of the bag, so I gotta be careful because I always start to mess up when I get to the front of the bag. Probably should have checked my bobbin too, huh? I'm going to tell you what, if you can I think I've already said this, but if you can use double-sided tape, like I just did, to do your bag, I'm going to tell you what, that made sewing this lining into this bag on this, where the zipper's at, so much easier. So much easier. Okay, we're almost to the end. Woohoo! Let me just make sure my lines meet up the correct way. Here we go. One more stitch, and then I'm going to hand crank to meet. There we go. What? Is it SpongeBob SquarePants? 12 hours later, she finally finished it. Got a little big on that seam, but that's right there on the side and the back, so you're not going to see that. But I caught it. It's not that bad. See, there's that. And it got a little wide right here, but see the black on black. Oops, where's that at? There it is. A little wide there. It's on the back of the bag. It's black thread on black vinyl. The lining fits really nice inside this bag. There we go. Look at that. Ooh. Okay, you do the full. Well, see, If I was a smart person, and you all know by now that I'm not a particularly bright person, I would have done that. But they're very expensive. The Juki cylinder arms are real expensive. And, you know, this costs enough. Gotta keep working my overtime to pay for this machine. Again, I need to pay it off by the end of the year so I don't get interest charges. We'll see. We'll see. I want to sew more than I want to work my regular job, and I tell you what, that's... All right, I'm getting my zipper pull on in case you didn't know what I'm doing. I'm doing the zipper. Whoops, I keep the extra tooth wants to get in there. Well, if I can get... There we go. My the end of my zipper is getting a little ratty, even though I singed it. Boom, boom, boom. Ta-da! Ooh, look at it. Ooh, and that's so cute. Ah! I did it. I got it, Evelyn. Ah. Look at that. Isn't that pretty? And my zipper, it doesn't look that wavy. My other one, it's a little, just a tad bit wavy, but look at that. That is so cute. All right. We are, where's my handle? Guys, we're going to call this done. I am going to do all the zipper ends and stuff like that later. I'll do that tomorrow. Honestly, I'm not going to do that tonight. It is late. It is 10:30. I went way longer than I planned. And I appreciate, again, I know I've said it 1,000 times. I'm going to say it 1,001 times. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for staying with me. Look at that. Oh my gosh. And it's, I mean, it's still not a bad length, even that without the extra. Well, it's so cute. And then I got my crossbody somewhere. I didn't do the thing yet, but if I want a crossbody, I got my solid black crossbody. Boom. Oh my gosh. All right. Let's do the length so you all can see the length. And even, remember, this actually is cut 3/4 of an inch shorter than what she calls in the pattern because I accidentally cut my print short. So since I don't have enough print to make another strap, I just went with it. So let me, not try to kill myself. Let me get my camera up. Sorry. Ooh, close up. I got my close up. All right. Don't look at my basement ceiling. Oh, hi, Delphine. Yes, I know. I wish I was in Arizona. One of these days. That's why I'm Quilted Cactus. Because I love cactuses. I love Arizona. And that's where I want to be. That's why I picked cactus, honestly. Quilted is because I started out quilting. Cactus is because it's my two fave things. Quilted and cactus. Anyway, look at that. Ah! That is so cute. Oh, Evelyn, you're in California? Oh, whereabouts in California? But that is adorable. Look at that. I love it. I love this bag. It is so cute. Okay. So, there you go. Calamasa. Yeah, but Delphina, I know they always say this, but like there's like no humidity like here in where I live in northern Kentucky. We've had 90 some degrees, but we've also had humidity that was like almost 100%. And it's like, if you opened your front door, it's like hitting a wall. I'm saying no lie. It is like a wall, poof. And it's just like, oh, I mean, I like to be warm. I love the heat. 45 from Palm Springs. I was going to say, my half-brother, he lives in Sacramento. He grew up in a really bad, well, not really bad. He grew up, and well, he's like 6 years older than me, I think. Anyway, he my half-brother, he grew up in Simi Valley. And he hung around bad people. He anyway, he actually had met Ozzy Osbourne when he was younger, which is not a good thing. When you're a teenager and your stepfather did sets for rock and roll singers and stuff, or just for bands, and he met Ozzy Osbourne, so that's not a good thing. I'm gonna tell you that right now. It's well, you know what Ozzy Osbourne was into back in the day, so yeah. Anyway, but he's a very successful businessman in Sacramento. Here is my strap, my handle. This is the little handle here, and then there's my crossbody strap. I'm just going to do a clippy of it. I'm not going to like sew it on right now. I'll just clip it. If my clippies don't break, that is. And it's nice. I like this thing. It's 3/4 inch, so it's not a big wide strap. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got this slider from Kasaya. I know she's got those really big wide ones too. Real nice wide sliders, but I don't usually need that big of ones. We will give it a look, and I'm gonna sew this tomorrow. All right. And I mean, you could leave this on if you want for a nice look, and then just boom. Even though this is a 1/2 inch D-ring, you could still snap right onto it. Ooh, look at that. Boom. Oh, I'm gonna fall. This clip's on my way, but there you go. It's a little high for a crossbody. All right, Lynn, thank you so much. I appreciate you being with me and sticking with me. And have a good evening. I'm not sure where you're at, but have a good evening. Have a good day. I appreciate it. Evelyn, this is 3/4 inch. It's a 3/4 inch strap. But yeah, look at that. And I like it's a little nice thin strap at 3/4 inch. It looks real nice with this bag. Look at that. And I like that you can let it hang. Gives a little bit more of an accent. All right, you guys, thank you again so much. I appreciate each and every one of you. All the ones that stuck with me. All the ones that's given me those thumbs up. Anyone that came that didn't subscribe, that subscribed during the live, appreciate you on that. I will link all of this stuff. I will do it tonight. I need to, when I shut down here, you need to give me about 30-ish minutes. If, you're waiting for like all the links for everything, give me about 30 minutes to get it all done. Because like I say, I want to get this shut down, and I will going to do all that upstairs. But anyway, it's adorable. I love this bag. Go get your pattern. Again, really fast. If you click on my link, that does help me out a little bit. I'm not going to lie. It'll help me out a little bit. And also, if you use the code Ellana, the name of this pattern, ELLANA, as a coupon code, 20% off until Sunday of all of the patterns in her store. go grab you a few patterns. Her candy, love it. I got a tutorial on that one. The Ellana, the Aurora, I got a tutorial on that with a zipper placket instead of having the zipper on in the curve. But one of these days, I'm going to make it in the curve. So anyways, thank you so much. Appreciate you all. Everyone, have a great evening, a great day, wherever you're at. Good night. I'm going to bed after I give you all of my stuff. I got to get up early and go to work in the morning. Thanks, guys. Good night. Bye. I just got to find the stop. There we go.